I have started the recording and it is 7 o'clock.
All right, everybody. I'll call the March 4th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting to order. We'll go through the roll call. Commissioner Wu. I think you're muted there, Meredith.
My apologies, here.
Okay, Commissioner Varenkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Scholak,
Here.
and Commissioner Jacobs, I'm here. And note that with the retirement or resignation of Mr. Dickman, we are a council or a commission of only 4 members. So everyone is here. All right, at this point, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. For all those that would like, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Okay, next, the agenda approval. Anybody got any comments or questions of the agenda? Looks pretty straightforward. Not hearing any. I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make that motion, Shulak.
Second, Varenkamp.
All right, all those in favor, signal as such through the roll call. Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs, aye as well. So the agenda is approved 4-0. All right, at this moment, we'll move on to item 4, and that is open forum. And open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the commission on any issue that they would like that is not already on the agenda that has an open forum. So with that being said, Natalie, you have some instructions to give out for those that would like to participate in open forum.
Yes, so for the open forum, if you're joining us with your computer, you will, on the bottom toolbar of your screen, there should be a reactions button and you will select the raise your hand function. I will call on you to speak and we'll go from there. If you're joining by phone, it should be *9. And then some tablets and mobile devices, it may be accessible by opening up the participants tab.
Okay, very good. Do we have any immediate takers?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised at this time.
Okay, give about another 10, 15 seconds.
Hey, Natalie, we are talking about Cook Lake yet, right?
Correct, Steve. I will, I'll make sure
Okay.
to call on you
Okay.
for that one.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
That's okay.
Okay. It would appear at this moment that there is no one for open forum. The chair will take a motion. Oh, no, we don't need to close the open forum. I apologize. All right, we'll move on to item 5, the minutes from the February 18th meeting. And again, February 18th was a couple of weeks ago, but that was rescheduled from the beginning of February. So with those minutes in hand, I have reviewed. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or corrections to the minutes from February 18th? I did note, I don't believe that in past minutes we received or that we had a detailed listing of those that spoke in the public hearings. I thought that was a nice added feature. So Natalie, I don't know if that was your doing, but I liked it. It was good.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve minutes as presented in front of us.
Okay. I'll second that. All right, we'll take a roll call vote to approve the minutes. Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs, aye, and the minutes are approved. Okay, we'll move on to the core of our night. Item 6, new business. Does anyone have any new business that they'd like to bring up? I don't. Kendra, we don't normally,
No, Mr. Chair, new
Yeah.
business, we don't add things to the agenda at that point. It's simply, gets a little confusing, but this is the public comment opportunity for items 6A and 6B.
right. But it says here on our thing, anyone wishing to speak at new business that are not item 6A or 6B. And I was a little thrown there. We don't normally open it up for public opportunity before our first item. So moving on, item 6A, table to the April 1st meeting. And Kendra, you have a presentation for us on that particular item.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's the new Zoom meeting process. We don't, if it's not a public hearing, we take public comments at the beginning of the items, but given that there's only really one, I think that's fine. But we have changed the process a little bit. This is a NAPA request. We got a little ahead of ourselves. The applicant thought they would be ready in time to be on this agenda, so we published in the newspaper. In fact, they did not. They are still incomplete. And so at this point they were hoping to be in tomorrow so they could come back on April, and we would republish and read and send notice to the neighbors once they are complete. So at this point, we just ask you to table it to the April 1st meeting.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to table item 6A to the April 1st meeting.
So move.
Second?
Thank you.
Second, Shulak.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
and Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, pass 4-0. That'll be tabled to our next meeting. All right, item 6B. And this is a public hearing for final plat unit development for Tavara. City file number 20-042. Kendra, you have another presentation for us.
I do, Mr. Chair. This is the final PUD plan for Tavera, which was approved, excuse me, in June by the council with a comprehensive plan amendment, a rezoning to PUD, a preliminary plat, and a PUD development plan for the master plan, which was 549 units in an estimated 8 phases. Since that time, the applicant has gone to Hennepin County and gotten approval for a lot division to divide the Wessel property into a couple of smaller pieces. And the northern portion of that split is proposed for the phase 1 plat. So this is the master plan. This is Hackamore and County Road 116. And this is the end of the Blue Bonnet cul-de-sac, horseshoe out to Old Settlers here. So this was approved with a mix of residential units. The piece we're talking about tonight is phase 1 right here, just south of the main entry. for a 33 lot subdivision. So this is 66th Avenue, which exists today, will cross 116 and come into the project as Horseshoe Trail. Both of these blue circles are property that were owned by the Wessel family and under contract with Lennar. Phase 1 is happening right here for the Phase 1 PUD that you'll be reviewing tonight. What happened is they split this Wessel property into a couple of pieces. And so the plat will include the north half of the south half of the first Wessel property and all of the remainder of the Wessel property. So this was the south 80 acres that Wessel owned, split into two. And this portion becomes the south half of the plat. Sometimes I don't know if some make it more confusing or helpful, but in any case, this is the plat, the north 80 parcel and the north 40 acres of the southern 80 acre parcels coming in off the new Horseshoe Trail. This is for, as I said, 33 single family homes would be platted in this phase and 3 outlots for future subdivision. It does include construction of the new Horseshoe Trail on County Road 116. And as part of this application, the applicant is requesting approval for grading beyond the plat limits in order to balance the dirt on the site. So the grading would be all the way south to Hackamore, and then basically just north of the new Horseshoe Trail entrance in order to accommodate that construction. So this blue box is showing the plat boundaries. The red cloud is showing the area that would be graded as part of the Phase 1 project. No entrance would be off of Hackamore with this initial phase, only the Horseshoe Trail entrance down into this neighborhood. So as noted in the staff report, there were still some outstanding conditions related to the home palette. As I mentioned, the design standards were modified as part of the PUD. And we do have all of the plan drawings from the applicant, at least the current home plans, and are working with them to finalize the details to ensure that we have an approved home palette that they can move forward with that meets all of our ordinance standards. The city engineer's memo included a number of outstanding issues, fairly typical issues related to finalizing the stormwater design. In this case, we also have a stockpile that is outside of the grade 1 phasing limits, just north of the Horseshoe Road entrance that is being finalized. The wetland permits are not yet approved through the Wetland Conservation Act. They are under review and they are in process, but that could make some minor tweaks to the final engineering drawings. I did want to call out in the presentation tonight a little bit about natural resources because the commission has raised it on other items. So I just wanted to reiterate that as part of this PUD, the applicant did do, I think, a fairly good job of woodland preservation. 52% of the woodland on site is being preserved. And it's broken down in a couple different ways by the areas that are identified as ecologically significant areas and other woodland areas. I did note that there is a little bit of a reduction in the ecologically significant area. And it appears that that is mostly, if not entirely, related to a change to the off-road trails along the west boundary that the city directed them to make. So the natural resources and the tree preservation, which are not required under our ordinance, but were part of the PUD approval, are generally consistent with the final plan and the preliminary plan. As you may recall, as part of this, the commission did require a conservation easement over those woods that are being preserved. And so we are still working through to finalize those documents. Those will be recorded with the final plat to protect those areas. Internal streets, as always, will be by the developer, but the city will design, bid, and manage the County Road 116 improvements with financing from the developer. That's consistent with how we've done other projects. I wanted to call out the landscaping plan. Just a couple potential driveway tree conflicts on block 4 that we want them to make sure they're aware of and thinking about as they move forward with selecting house plans. But the engineer's memo notes the need for an irrigation plan and maintenance plan. And that needs to balance the potable water and the stormwater reuse. Potable meaning drinking water from our water system, and the stormwater reuse. We want to make sure that those two are working in tandem, so we're not pumping the stormwater ponds onto wet grass, trying to keep the ponds down and killing the boulevard planting. So just a simple technical piece, but I wanted to point that out. We are taking a look at that. In your staff report, there was an image of the new sign proposed, the gateway signage at 116. The architecture of that is consistent with the homes, consistent with what we want to see, but it appears that the sign may be larger than is allowed. A 32 square foot sign area, meaning that the text, the box that says Tavera, is the max allowed. So the applicant will need to provide some details with the building permit to ensure compliance. And that gateway sign is at the entrance here of Horseshoe and 116 with landscaping around it. You can see the heavier landscaping along 116. If you recall, they asked for a reduced setback, reduced from 100-foot setback to 60-foot, which we allow by right, provided additional landscaping as specified in the ordinance is provided. This does comply. And then they've got a nice entry feature with boulevard trees that continue along the street that serves the homes. And there's just a couple of these I mentioned that look a little bit tight that we just want to make sure they're aware of. But the landscaping includes evenly spaced trees, so we want the trees to stay as shown, and if the driveway needs to shift a little, let's shift the driveway. But the species are selected by block, so we have sort of a theme along the street, which the city supports. And again, this is the 33 units that are being built in this phase. And with that, we do recommend approval of the final PUD development plan, subject to the conditions in the attached draft resolution, based on the finding that it is consistent with the approved preliminary plans.
Okay, that's the end.
That is the end.
Great, thank you so much. Well done. All right, at this point, we'll open up. We'll open it up to. Oh no, I'm sorry. This does not get a public hearing.
No, that's a typo in this agenda.
Yep, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Well, we'll have commission discussion questions. You know what? Why don't I start off first here? Kendra, I was wondering if you could tell me, and I may have found the answer, I just want to confirm. In the original PUD, preliminary, they had 549 homes. And I have the breakdown 265, 70, 80, 134. In the report, though, I did not see any specific detail of that breakdown for the final PUD development plan. However, on sheet 2.01 of 22, it shows the same count. Do you know that to be true? And I know that, you know, over a period of years, that count will probably change as we experienced with their first development, but is that kind of what they're still targeting?
It is, Mr. Chair. Certainly, though, I think as we move through the phases, you'll recall that even in our staff reports, we would update you on sort of what number we were on. So far, nothing's changed. With phase one, nothing has changed yet. They're still on track with that 549.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was comparing, I kept the packet from the preliminary, and I noticed there's a couple of road changes and a couple cul-de-sac things that had changed. And And in looking at that, I thought, well, it would probably reason that maybe the number changed, but if that's, I didn't go through and obviously count this on that master plan diagram, but if it hasn't changed, I guess that's great news.
Well, it hasn't, maybe I should clarify. The phase one plan is consistent with the preliminary plans.
Right.
I do expect as they move through, because of conditions that the city attached, as well as just some design changes, I do expect at the end, that final number is not likely to be 549. It probably will get modified as we work through the 8 or so phases.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, in this particular situation, we're given the final PUD plan, development plan, and
For phase one.
at the first phase, and so being that we weren't going to discuss any of the particulars for everything else outside of this, I just wanted to make sure. You know, it'd be different, I suppose, if this came in a whole lot different than what they proposed a year ago, or almost a year ago. I think it was June of last year, if I got that right. And you know, and retaining, you know, pertaining to the balance of this house type versus that house type, and a whole bunch of stuff. So I was glad to see that it materialistically isn't going to change at this junction, so that we don't have to talk about things like that. So relative to the grading requests, so I saw that, yeah, they're going to have this pile on the north 40, and I read that it was maybe going to be like 20 feet tall. My question is, so how long is that pile? I mean, if we're talking about an 8-year development and maybe they're not going to get up there for another 3 years, is that pile, is there a time limit to how long that can sit there, or is it just there to be used over the course of the next couple of years, or what's the prognosis of that?
Well, it is being stockpiled as it'll go up and down as they move through the site and the phases, because again, there's excess dirt at one point that gets stockpiled, and then they use that dirt in a future phase. I'm looking at the engineer's memo to see if there was more information about that. The applicant may be able to comment on that, but it will be for several years. The stockpile will be there as they work through these initial phases.
Okay. Now, in the report, then it says that traditionally the city does not allow this grading outside the limits of the plat. You know, is this something that maybe we should look at to eliminate so they don't have to make special requests, or?
Yeah, it's just been a policy issue, and because our policy has historically not been to do it, we wanted to highlight it for the Planning Commission and for the council when we get there. But in this case, remember with with Ravinia, we allowed them to grade outside of the phase that they were final platting in late phases. And I think the city engineer is more comfortable with a developer that we've worked with before, that we have a plan, that we frankly have done more development in the city, that I think we might see this more often, you know, as we become more experienced in development in the city. So it's really a policy from the city engineer, and he feels comfortable allowing this plan. And you're right, you may see more developers that grade a larger portion of the site in the future.
Okay. Small question on page 3 under the transportation section.
Yep.
Developer will construct horseshoe Almas, shown as Tavera, 64th Avenue. And it says the plat must be revised to comply with the street naming policy. So when this thing is all said and done, you see a street sign, is it going to say 65th Avenue, or is it going to say Honeysuckle Lane?
No, it will say 65th Avenue when it's done.
Okay, so these Honeysuckle, Kiera and Tavera are not official street names.
Correct, correct. There is a policy option where people can ask to remember we have a grid system that has specific alphabetical names, and that's really a public safety kind of a driver. That's what kind of made us establish that grid system like Minneapolis and other Hennepin County systems have. But we do allow some flexibility for major parkways or things that developers can request. That may be something that Lennar ends up requesting, but for now, until otherwise granted, they must follow our street naming policy.
Okay, all right. I wanted to talk about the natural resources section just briefly. On page 5, the third paragraph, he's talking about preserve the wetland or the woodland areas on the perimeter of the site. The plans must be revised to provide tree protection fencing from the grading plans. This fencing must be installed before any site work begins. Is this relatively new?
We've actually always as a policy had that. We haven't always attached it as a condition. But you're familiar that sometimes that means grading happens before that tree fencing gets up and trees come down, which is what happened.
Oh,
on
well,
Nelson.
well, yeah, well, I mean, Nelson, somebody got happy with the chainsaw and the trees that were fully intended to be preserved were cut down. And
Exactly.
And in an area where this was a significant part of a discussion about preserving as many trees and those that are significant, I'm just wondering who's going to enforce to make sure that fence is up and we don't have more field mistakes.
Right. So our engineering department or our public works department has inspectors on site, and they will be ensuring, and they've been talking about it within their department about how to ensure that those inspections happen before work begins. So
okay,
that's our public works department.
Okay. All right. Another question I had, parks and trails on page 6. In that first paragraph, there is an off-road trail running north and south in this area, and this trail coincides with the regional trail planned by Three Rivers Park District. Is that referring to the Diamond Lake Trail?
Yes.
Now, I asked that because I know that I've gone on to that website where they're now seeking comments. Isn't that pretty much still in the unknown development stage?
It is.
I mean, because if that goes through, I know I made comments that it's running right through, it's running right through Shamrock Golf Course, across a couple holes. And I thought, well, that's ridiculous. So I kind of like, is this a for sure thing, or is this, well, it might happen. And not that it really matters at this point. A good trail in the neighborhood is good. I just question whether or not this is really going to be, is it a certainty that's going to hook up with this proposed Diamond Lake Trail?
What I was trying to say is our plan says that trail needs to be there.
Yep.
It also coincides with a planned trail from Three Rivers. So
Okay.
you are correct. The Diamond Lake Trail alignment has not been finalized. And that's a good reminder for people. I think the comment period may still be open on that trail corridor. So planned meant it's just planned by them. It may ultimately not be, but we've asked them to widen the trail from 8 to 10 feet because then it at least could be used as part of the regional corridor.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. That's all I have. We'll move on. Commissioner Scholak, you have any questions, comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you. On page 2, it says that there needs to be an approval of basic standards right under preliminary PUD development plan. To establish basic standards. When does that happen?
That's probably not the best language. That's the house standards I was talking about. So we'll select a palette of homes that meet the approval that the council granted back in June.
Okay.
So
So that'll come before this commission again?
No,
Okay,
nope, we'll just review the house plans and make sure that the conditions you attached and the council attached are being met. So
Oh.
we'll review, do you have the mix of architecture that you need? Do you have the articulation in the building? The garage percentages match what was approved? That's what I was trying to talk about.
thank you. On page 5, three lines down from the bottom, up from the bottom, there is a potential conflict with utilities and landscaping along County Road 116. What kind of conflicts are there going to be?
Really, whenever we have new utilities going in and new landscaping going in, there's the potential in that corridor of 10 to 20 feet that things could overlap. So what we do is we install those in a way with our public works department and their contractors to make sure you're not planting a tree on top of a cable or an electrical line.
Okay. All right. And then in the, I believe it's the engineers section on page, it would be the third page, under Wetlands and Permits. They're just, when I looked at the maps here, there looked like to be an exceptional amount of wetlands in this subdivision. And of course, are these homes going to have basements?
There are a mix of home types. So we do have some lookouts, some walkouts, some slabs, and I believe some full basements, although to be honest, let me look and see if this phase walkouts. We only have walkouts and lookouts in this particular phase, but I believe there is a section perhaps further south that has some basements.
Okay. My concern is, it's been a while since I bought a house, but are home buyers told of the area? Are they informed about wetland status close to their home?
You know, that's really probably a better question for the developer. I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure what they're told by their realtors.
Because until I started serving on this commission, I never thought to ask before I signed the paper. Just a comment, I was impressed with the layout of the trees. It harkens back to, you know, I think the 1950s tree-lined streets that some of us may have grown up on. And then also on, it would be map L1 of 2. And so it's the landscape plan, but I guess you could look at any map of this particular starting area. And someone mentioned just before of how some of these homes are kind of squeezed into lots just to get them in there. But I'm looking at near the center bottom of the diagram, and you find house number 3 just below and to the right of Outlot A. And I looked at that home in particular, home 3. They walk out their back door, or they're doing some work on the side of their house. And you've got three houses sharing a lot line with them. And I know it wouldn't be my preference to have that. And I guess I would encourage developers, even though they are working on smaller lot layouts, but to try to avoid sharing a lot line with 3 other neighbors. If you're, whatever you're doing, planting a garden or grilling out, it just seems like a little more thought could go into privacy without the homeowner having to build a fence on their own property. But that's it for my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. Commissioner Wu, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question about the utilities along 116, Kendra. Is it known just how disruptive it could be for the plantings there? Because I'm thinking about the view as you drive along 116, seeing the back of these houses, and it's pretty busy. And, I guess I wouldn't want to see them putting up a fence because they couldn't do the landscaping, yet I would understand it because the landscape is there to screen, but seeing a fence is not what this plan shows. So is there any sense of, is the increased amount of landscaping that they're going to put in actually at risk of not going in at all?
No, I don't think so. This has kind of become a standard condition from the engineering department. I am not worried since the main utility, I'm trying to look as we're talking for my utility plan, but the primary utilities are on the internal streets. There isn't a lot of utility work as you go down 101. There is some at the entry that might conflict with some of the gateway stuff, but the utilities are primarily coming down into Horseshoe and then down through the project. So I don't think it's at risk. It's just, as I say, it's really become a standard condition from engineering. As a safety net.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Meredith. Mr. Varenkamp,
Yeah.
floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You both, or all of you have done a great job discussing a lot of my concerns too. My big one is this is a PUD for the first edition of Trevenia. And my big thing is we've said it in this meeting and we've heard and seen it before that while the preservation of the trees and those kind of things, 52% and such, I'd really like to keep a scorecard if it's possible on how well we did on first phase. And that affects how much we bend and how much we do on the PUD on the other phases. We need to hold ourselves accountable if we're the ones that are policing this, Corcoran Public Works and such, and we also need to hold the developer accountable also. It'd really be nice to see the trees get marked, the tree fence or whatever is going up to protect those trees. And I really would like some documentation, something done, so we make sure we get this right. Without a preservation type ordinance or stuff like that, and us working with the developers to help them get to where they want to go and stuff, we really, I think the planning commission, and I might be speaking too much for the council and stuff. We'd really like to preserve some of these things that we have. The preservation of farmland and stuff is kind of going out the window on this development, but the preservation of the trees, there are significant stands of trees out there and stuff, and a lot of money and time has gone into documenting that and doing that. And I would like to make sure that we some type of grade, some type of how did we do on phase 1 of the development before we even approve like phase 2 of PUD, those kind of things. You understand what I'm asking, Kendra?
I think I understand. I'm not sure. We do have a conservation easement over those tree areas, so it should
Okay.
be 100%. So phase 1 doesn't really have any tree preservation, so that one would be easy. But
right.
I think I know what you're getting at. Yes.
I mean, if we're going to be excavating those kind of things, I don't see why we can't get the fence out there now to preserve all of the trees and such that we're talking about in this thing. It's a one-time shot, and that prevents any dozers, excavators, or anything from taking out trees that aren't part of the plan.
Yes, and that is, Mr. Commissioner, is in the conditions that tree protection fencing needs to be up before the grading starts. For exactly that reason, but we'll find a way to track that for you.
And in the notes and stuff, is that up for the entire development or just, okay, all right. I want to, we don't have any meat that we can put to this and such. Again, it's holding ourselves and holding the developer accountable and stuff. And I want to do this right. So thank you for the time. Thanks for listening. That's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, sir. Just one comment to that, Dean. I think there's probably a great chance that they're going to probably come pretty close to that. I remember in the preliminary hearing that we had, the public hearing, if you look at a lot of those tree stands that they're preserving, there's a high percentage of those are going to remain because they don't make any sense to cut down. They're on hillsides or they're on the other side of wetlands. And so there's no value in cutting them down. So unless for some reason they decide to, that hillside, for instance, on 116 that you see where all the turkeys are.
Yeah.
There's no sense in cutting those trees down. That would just be dumb. Your point is well taken.
I'm concerned. We have nothing out there to protect this and such. And I'd really like to get some type of word, some type of shot across the bow, so to speak, that the developers and stuff, I'd really like not to start taking down trees just to prevent just to prevent that going forward. We've got a lot of developments, a lot of land in front of us, and it would really be nice if we could do some type of preservation prior to we start looking at all these pieces of property and such. I don't want to see a piece of property that had 25% of the property had trees on it, and when the final plat comes to us, they're in a tree in sight kind of deal. That's what I'm trying to prevent.
Yep. Okay.
Well, I think if I could speak for,
Sure.
May I speak, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about, thank you. When you're talking about cutting down trees, I think the other aspect to consider too is just the traffic of the heavy equipment over the drip line. The death to the tree isn't immediate. It can happen up to 2 years or so later.
Right.
And so while the tree may be standing at the time, there's imminent death. And so I'm wondering what kind of we have accountability at the time the building permit's pulled and then during site inspection. But is there anything that happens for some time after the building construction activities have ended, such that we're not seeing, a lot of these trees that were supposed to be made, kept, that they actually die from just basically having their roots run over. Is there any kind of accountability at that level, Kendra, that happens, or not?
Well, again, we're kind of learning as we go. We don't have a tree preservation ordinance, so we don't have a lot of any of those specifics. But I think the biggest thing, Meredith, to address that, Councilmember Wu, is to make sure that the tree protection fencing is properly installed. Properly installed tree protection fencing doesn't wrap around, as you know, the trunk of the tree. It comes out to the drip line for exactly that reason. So I think if it's properly installed, we should have little damage related to construction materials. I won't say it couldn't happen, but I think properly installed will minimize that kind of loss. And that's really all we have. We don't have a way to go back because it's not an ordinance. We don't have a way to go back.
Yeah, that would be the most practical
Thanks.
thing, is just make sure the fence goes far enough off from the trunk, so. Okay, any other questions, discussion? Okay, has everybody read the resolution? So before we take a vote on it, does anybody have any changes or recommendations to the resolution that we're going to recommend to the city council? Not you, Jim? Okay, I read through it. I don't have anything to add or subtract from it. No changes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
with that, and so I don't have to read all 6 pages of the resolution, I vote to recommend per the way the resolution is written in our notes right now.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second Shulak.
I'll second it, Wu.
Okay, Natalie, I'll let you choose which one gets the second nomination on that one. All right, roll call vote. Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
And this is to approve the final planned unit development plan for Tavara First Edition. You voted
Correct.
aye? Okay.
Aye.
Commissioner Varian,
Aye.
Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs votes aye, and the resolution recommendation is approved. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, next on the agenda, item 6C, public hearing, rezoning preliminary plat and preliminary PUD development plan for Cook Lake Highlands. And Kendra will lead us off with her presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You have a 20-some page staff report. It's a big project. I tried to provide the analysis in that staff report in as concise a manner as possible. And I will try the same with this presentation. So certainly if I go past things, I know you'll ask me questions. So tonight we have a development request for rezoning, a preliminary plat, and a PUD development plan for the property north of County Road 10 on the city border. I would note that inside this parcel is an exception piece that was carved out for the Metropolitan Council lift station. That's the lift station that serves Corcoran sanitary sewer lift station. The applicant has been in front of the council several times in the last couple of years for council informal review of different applications. The property is guided mixed residential and zoned mixed residential. It is almost entirely in the Shoreland Overlay District for Cook Lake. There is FEMA floodplain in the north portion of the site and a high quality maple basswood forest in the northeast area. Our comprehensive plan also notes a potential rare species, which is the Blanding's turtle, which frankly is a rare species cited in almost all of our projects in town. So, but it is a potential site for that. This is the zoning map again for context, the red arrow. This is the site. The blue box is the piece that was carved off by the Met Council. This southwest corner of the site is not part of the property. That 3-acre roughly parcel is in separate ownership. And then to the south is both Lions Park and Bass Lake Crossing South. And to the north is low density residential. And to the west is Bass Lake Crossings, which you will remember was downgraded. It was re-guided from medium density residential down to low density residential for their PUD in 2017. This request is to rezone from the existing mixed use residential zoning to planned unit development. As always, we use the underlying zoning as the baseline for evaluation of the PUD. And within that RMF2 zoning district, all of the proposed uses are allowed except the assisted living memory care. So the apartments and the single family, as well as the daycare, are allowed uses in that zoning district. But I think since people live in an assisted living facility, having that in a residential district is not unreasonable. It seems to be an appropriate use conceptually in a residential PUD. Remember, a PUD is a negotiated zoning district. What our code says is it's intended to promote more creative development. And so the question that we always ask ourselves is, are we getting benefits that we would not otherwise get in exchange for PUD flexibility that's being requested in order to allow the development? And we need to review the development against the ordinance that's in place, not the ordinance we wish we had. So the staff report does review against the ordinance we have. The flexibility is requested for a number of items: shoreland standards for minimum lot size, including minimum lot width, shoreland and RMF2 district side yard setbacks for the villas. And I'll talk about these in a little more detail later. Shoreland and RMF2 district standards for both the apartment and the senior co-op building height. Shoreland maximum impervious surface coverage, parking stall length, and allowing things in the front yard, an accessory structure in the co-op front yard and a 6-foot fence in the daycare front yard. And in exchange for this flexibility, the applicant will provide additional landscaping beyond the ordinance minimums, provide additional right-of-way for County Road 10 improvements, and allow that intersection improvement to move ahead, which is an intersection improvement that's been planned by the county, the city, and Maple Grove. This would dedicate a lot for a city booster station for our utility system. It would provide easements for both the city and the Metropolitan Council and access along that east side beyond what would be typically provided as part of a development, and would provide a mix of uses that would not otherwise be allowed under the standard zoning, and would provide a welcome to Corcoran monument sign at the entrance to the city. The staff report includes a detailed analysis of the PUD standards for the rezoning. And in that analysis, I've included both pros and cons, things where we find that you could find that it does meet the PUD standards, and areas where you might find that perhaps it's not meeting the PUD standards for the rezoning. The Planning Commission needs to review those standards when making their recommendation tonight. One of the questions that's come up from a couple different places is density. Density is 9.27 units per acre based on the pre-development density. And the way our ordinance is written and the way we've applied this across the board for all other developments, it's based on the existing land area minus wetlands and land below the 100-year floodplain. And the comprehensive plan says that when you use that formula, you should have 8 to 10 units per acre. There's been some discussion from folks I've heard about wanting to use a post-development density, but we can't really do that. And the reason is because there's, so, as you know, there's so much that changes between this preliminary plat, the conditions that we apply on final plat. We'd never have a real number for that. And I think that's why, as a general rule, cities don't use that number for the analysis. We use the pre-development. That is something that the council could decide to change, but for today, this is what the ordinance says. It's particularly challenging in this case because the zoning district and the PUD include uses that don't have dwelling units. So everything south of the new road, the daycare and the assisted living, those don't have units that count against the density range. The city uses the HUD Met Council definition of a unit, housing unit, and those don't qualify for that. So there are some challenges with that, and that's something that could be evaluated with this PUD, but also for future ordinance amendments. This is the PUD development plan, and I'm just going to spend a little time walking through it just for context, so some of the comments we make later will make more sense. So this is the development boundary. Going down to County Road 10, this is the Maple Grove Corcoran city boundary. This parcel right in the dead center of the site is the Met Council lift station site. You can see the sort of the little outline of the lift station, and then there's an access road that the Met Council obtained an easement for running along here. There's a development being planned in Maple Grove, so we have a stub street connecting to that Maple Grove street. And then this east-west road that connects to the, as planned, to the road in the Bass Lake Crossings development. This parcel here is not part of the project. It's owned by someone separate. The applicant has provided a ghost plat that suggests they would do single-family villas with driveways onto this road. Staff has concerns about that in principle, so we've said let's also plan to have this street continue down here, and maybe this would be a townhouse project or something other than single family homes. So they've provided that. Along the west side are 12 villa homes, similar to what is in Bass Lake Crossings, as a way to provide a transition in density from that existing development into this project. Then it steps up to a 3-story market rate apartment here. 4-story Applewood Co-op, which is a senior cooperative building. That has a pickleball court in the front yard that we'll talk about later. And then down here, a daycare, which has a fence, not only in the front yard, but in the front yard setback, which is also true of the pickleball court, which is concerning. And then a memory care unit in this location. So the daycare and the memory care have a shared access road here, and the apartment and the co-op have a shared access road here, and then a cul-de-sac that serves the villas. There is a public trail that the applicant is proposing to relocate from behind the units onto the street here, and then loop around here, generally in the location where the lookout is today. A number of private trails that wind through the site for the use of the residents. The public trail will continue along the public street down to 10. There's a sidewalk on the south side of that street that will continue, and we've included a condition saying that that crosses here now and stops. That really needs to continue down to 10 as well. Hennepin County has a future on-road trail planned along County Road 10, and we want to make sure that both the sidewalk and the trail in the future can easily connect into that. The gateway sign for the development is shown here, and then the applicant has suggested signage for each lot generally in these locations, not for the villas, but for these other 4 products. As I said, there is a mix of uses. I didn't highlight the Shoreline Overlay District on that graphic, but it does cover most of the site. So that is a lot of the PUD flexibility, or a fair amount of the PUD flexibility that's being requested. This table was in the staff report, and the red text highlights where the flexibility from those district standards are being requested. Again, for the villas, they're looking for flexibility from the minimum lot size and minimum lot width. They meet the minimum lot size for the RMF2 district, but not the Shoreline district. And the lot width is smaller than either the RMF2 or the Shoreline. I would note it is consistent with what's in Bass Lake Crossings and Bass Lake Crossings South. But again, this is in the Shoreline district, which is kind of what triggers that flexibility. The side yard setback, they are requesting a 5-foot side yard setback, again, just for the villas. The other uses all comply. The villas is requesting a 5-foot setback. That is what's in Bass Lake Crossing and Bass Lake Crossing South. This is potentially an MI product, so I think they were looking for the similar use. In our single family districts, we require 15 feet between units. However, in the RMF2 district, they require 10-foot side yard setbacks or 20 feet between units. And then the maximum building height, the 4-story senior co-op comes in at 55 feet and the 3-story market rate comes in at 42, both of which exceed the 35-foot standard in our RMF2 zoning district and the 25-foot standard in the Shoreland. So that is something that the Planning Commission will need to evaluate. I would note that the Shoreline district is not truly a navigable water. The height limit in part is, the view from the lake, wanting to keep those structures minimized from people who are enjoying the water. Cook Lake isn't necessarily that kind of a lake. If you've been there, it's kind of a wetland. But still, it is adopted as part of our ordinance, so something to consider. I mentioned and pointed out on the map, the daycare is requesting approval for a 6-foot decorative fence in the front yard setback. That's their play area. The code would allow a 4-foot fence in the front yard, but still needs to meet the setback requirement. And we're comfortable with the 6-foot fence if it meets that 25-foot front yard setback. And it looks like you can kind of clip that corner and make that work. So we included that as a recommendation in the draft resolution, should you choose to recommend approval. We also think that the pickleball court in the front yard between the city's booster station and the co-op is in the front yard, should at least be moved out of the front yard setback. We are actually recommending that it be moved out of the front yard, meaning it should be shifted over into a side or a rear yard. If you review that, you note that around that pickleball court up against the street, there are some retaining walls that support that pickleball court. It just feels like it doesn't fit there, like it's being forced into that location. And up against the sidewalk, up against the street, doesn't seem like an ideal place for that type of activity. It could be conflicts with vehicles and pedestrians potentially. There are a number of retaining walls on the site, as I noted in the staff report, and they do vary in height from the highest point in one wall maybe being 4 feet, and in another wall, the high point being 10. But there is a double wall behind the cul-de-sac that essentially results in a 16 to 17 foot high wall. Our code doesn't limit those wall heights, but it does require them to be engineered. We do, however, require that they be moved out of the cul-de-sac, out of the public right-of-way, and that's a condition that's included in the engineer's memo. You may find that the amount of retaining wall on site suggests that perhaps there may be more appropriate uses for this to reduce the retaining wall. Our new city planner did such a good job, Mr. Chair, putting this graphic together for you. I thought I'd use it, but I didn't count the one she counted over in Maple Grove. But these red lines show the locations of the retaining wall around the pickleball court, up between the street and the apartment, and over here, back here. This is the biggest retaining wall here, but we've also got retaining walls here and here. And again, it's not unusual, as well as here, not unusual to have retaining walls on the site. I think I highlight it here simply because of the number and the scale of those was worth calling out. And I think for the commission, sometimes it's hard to see those on the plan. So I wanted to highlight those. This is also the area where the fence kind of clips into that setback area. So again, if you cut that off, perhaps you can even reduce that wall. And then this is where that pickleball that we were just talking about is. Retaining walls in and of themselves are not bad at all. So something just to evaluate. In terms of utilities, those services are available, as noted by the Met Council lift station and our booster station that are planned. And that's really a big benefit of this site, is they've already worked with the Met Council to provide that lift station site and an easement for an access back to that. They've worked with the city already to provide some easements next to that utility easement that the Met Council has on the east side. And additionally, they will donate a lot for a city booster station. So those are public improvements that are significant benefits that you wouldn't otherwise get. In terms of transportation, as always, they build the roads inside the projects, but the County Road 10 improvements, which are a significant improvement project, will be designed, bid, and managed by the city, and the developer will pay for their portion of those County Road 10 improvements. The right-of-way that's dedicated for 10, that's required of all projects. There is perhaps slightly more right-of-way being dedicated, though, because of the way the County Road 10 realignment works. This applicant does have a little bit more right-of-way that's being required to accommodate that. Where the two driveways align for the two buildings on the south and the two buildings on the north, they're offset. And anytime you have offset driveways, that's an opportunity for conflict, which is a nice way that engineers talk about accidents. And so the engineer is really recommending that those driveways be aligned opposite each other. If you look at the plan, you can see that the plan cannot accommodate that as it's drafted, and we have not required that. It is not an engineering standard per se, but we really would like to see those driveways get realigned. And if other conditions result in changes to the site plan and this moves forward, we would like them to continue to work on realigning that. That is in the engineer's memo. You won't find that as a condition in the staff report. So the language is a little bit softer in the engineer's memo. So these are the two driveways I'm talking about. Ideally, somehow those would shift so that they align across from each other as opposed to offset like this, in the same way that this driveway and this potential future driveway, or road and potential future driveway align. Parking standards are generally met in terms of number of parking stalls and location. However, they are requesting some PUD flexibility to allow an 18-foot stall depth rather than 18.5. Staff has no objection to that request. Water, lots of water. Water is always a big deal. The stormwater plans have been submitted and have been reviewed. You'll note that the engineer had comments on those, so those still need to be finalized. The wetland mitigation plan, the delineation's been approved, but the mitigation plan has not yet been approved. It is in process. So that just has to happen before any final plan could come through. And the floodplain needs to be clearly shown on the plans. Again, that's in the north west, and it doesn't really impact anything, but we still want to have it clearly shown on the plans. As you know, our code does not have a tree preservation ordinance. Tree preservation is not required under the code. It is something, however, that is encouraged. And as a result, we require people to submit a tree preservation plan with all developments. On the right side of the screen, you see the tree preservation plan. The applicant shows that 11% of the wooded areas are being preserved, and that really falls up here in the very north and then within this wetland zone adjacent to Cook Lake. Landscaping complies. There are a couple of the lots that are a little bit short. Overall, the landscaping exceeds our ordinance requirements, but there's a couple of lots that are 2 trees short on one and 4 shrubs short on another. But again, we'd like to see those added, but overall they're exceeding the landscaping. They did ask for some setback flexibility along County Road 10, however, and that landscaping is not shown on the plans. That does have to be added to the plans. We would support the parking reduction from 100 to 50 feet with that additional landscaping as required by section 1060 of the ordinance. That's not PUD flexibility. That's just allowed by the ordinance with the landscaping. The building design, we just don't have enough information, detailed information about the building to ensure compliance at this time, but the images do suggest that it will comply with the building design standards. Generally, our code in the Southeast District looks for people to provide architecture that's agrarian, arts and crafts, farmhouse, or prairie style. And you see some of that with some of these options. Others are more just standard corporate, their corporate standard for design for those individuals. And I'm going to show those images on the next slide here, but I just a note again related to architecture and building design that the building height for the apartment and the co-op do need flexibility to exceed the Shoreland and RMF2 districts. This is a rendering of a concept for the Applewood Point condominium, the senior co-op, not condominium. And if you've seen these projects, they do a wonderful job, I think, on the architecture of the buildings. There's a lot of interest on the different elevations. They have a lot of windows and porches that add interest. So the brick and the mix of siding and stone and things, along with the building articulation, appears to comply with our ordinance. We just don't have enough information about what those materials are, the percentage breakdown, et cetera. But it does appear to comply. And then here's a concept for what their signage might look like. Again, limited to the size in the ordinance. This is the apartment, the market rate apartment doesn't have a design yet. These are some concepts that the applicant provided to give an example of the work that this builder and potential architect do. I know these are all showing as 4-story buildings, but the idea was to provide some sense of architecture. These 4 examples aren't necessarily, they're in a more urban area. They don't really reflect the more rural architecture. So I think if this were to go ahead, we'd want to see a little bit different design flavor in the Southeast District, but the materials appear to be consistent with our ordinance standards. This is not an apartment. These are the villas, and the examples provided by the architect are MI homes. These are just like the homes you see next door. So if the project went ahead, it's possible that MI would be the builder of the villas, and so we'd see similar product as we did next door. This is the new Horizon Daycare example. Again, the mix of materials generally appears to comply with our ordinance requirements. Signage, maybe the signage may not comply. We have a pretty restrictive sign ordinance. I don't think they'll be allowed this much signage on the building. Don't have any real details about the freestanding sign, but this is a concept for what the new horizons could look like. Again, generally consistent with our standards. Our Southeast District would look for a little more prairie style architecture, but generally consistent. And then this is the Sweet Living assisted living facility. Again, I think it's all concept at this stage. This is a similar product to what they've got in other places. This one does seem to fall a little bit short in terms of our mix of materials. They have good articulation on the building, a lot of roofs. So this one, again, I think it's a decent start, but would probably need to have some revisions in order to comply with our code. So we've included conditions to deal with the architecture in the draft resolution for approval, should you choose to move there. Parks and Trails. Parks and Trails did review this at their February meeting. The request, as I noted earlier, was a request to move this existing trail, which is shown in pink, to an on-road trail here, coming out and connecting in this general location. And the comprehensive plan shows it as an off-road trail that was provided by Bass Lake Crossings as part of their development. They obtained an easement from this landowner to do so. And the applicant is now requesting that they be allowed to relocate. The Planning Commission voted 4-1 not to allow that. They recommended that the trail remain where it is. If the trail did remain where it is, it would impact 5 lots. It's possible it would only impact 3 homes, perhaps. Perhaps 11 and 12, the homes could remain on the lots with an easement behind them. And so our staff report includes, in the draft resolution for approval, includes the Parks Commission recommendation, which is not to move the trail. That would require changes to the plan layout. Additionally, there are good pedestrian connections within this project. They've done a nice job. The trail follows the north side of the street all the way down to 10. The sidewalk, as I said, follows the south side of the street. We did include a condition saying it does need to connect down to 10. And then if the trail does not relocate, we would want to see a sidewalk on the new cul-de-sac. Within the project itself, there are a number of sidewalk and trail connections so that residents can move easily between the public street and the different buildings, homes within the project. And it appears that from public safety, that the fire access lanes for the buildings are met. They will finalize that as the plans are finals, but those fire and access lanes, particularly those around the co-op, can also be used for pedestrians. They don't, hopefully they don't get used often by emergency vehicles, and so they're free for pedestrians to use as well. And that's part of that internal system. Park dedication in the mixed use or the mixed residential district is 28% of the pre-development area for land, which would be 5.9 acres of land or cash in lieu. In this case, none of the trails are eligible for park dedication credit. And there's no proposed park. So park dedication would be cash in lieu of land with an estimate of about $648,000. That calculation would be finalized and due at the time the final plat is released. This is the plat. So we have 4 lots for the 4, call them big users, a large outlot in the back for the wetland area, and then the 12 lots proposed for the villas, along with some excess land adjacent to this exception parcel and some other small outlots over here. The preliminary plat includes therefore 16 lots and 5 outlots. And in terms of the preliminary plat, and does it comply with the subdivision ordinance? That's all you're really looking for on the preliminary plat. It does not, because it needs flexibility. And if you grant the flexibility, it would be consistent with the ordinance, but needs flexibility for the villa lot size. It meets the RMF2 standards again, but not the shoreline, the villa lot width. And the 5-yard setbacks for villas where 10 is required in the RMF2 district. Again, it's a significant report. That is my summary. You have a high level of discretion in approving a PUD. And the commission must find that the purpose and intent of the PUD as outlined in the ordinance has been met. And this is a difficult project to review. There are a number of great things about this project. It brings some uses that we need into the city. It's got some quality architecture, but there's also some challenges to the site. We have drafted resolutions that would allow you to recommend approval of the request that include changes that we believe are necessary to meet the city standards. And I note that the changes would result in significant site plan changes. That trail staying where it is, for example, is a pretty significant impact on the site. However, we have also prepared for you a resolution for denial if you believe that the purpose and intent of the PUD has not been met. So, Mr. Chair, we do have the applicant here. I think it makes sense before we open the public hearing to allow the applicant to do a short presentation. But then we should open the public hearing and take public comments. I note that all letters and emails that were received prior to the Planning Commission packet going out were included in your packet. And then any that were received between the packet and yesterday were emailed to commissioners. So we did receive a number of comments. Those have been entered into the public record as if they were read into the public record. All of those comments and any new written comments will also be forwarded to the City Council. And then, as I said, the commission has 2 options after the public hearing to consider that are included in your packet. But Mr. Chair, if you have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I would pull up the applicant's presentation and share that and allow her to give a summary.
Thank you, Kendra. Much appreciated. And you're right. Difficult things, a lot of things to do. And I'm sure you and your professional staff put a lot of time into this, and we appreciate that. And of course, you know that when we get going and we start talking, it go on and on and on. So I like your recommendation to let the applicant go ahead and make their presentation before we start commission discussion. So
Mr.
with
Chair,
that, yeah.
just a quick question. We've seen things, we've seen presentations for this property before. Why were they denied? Do we know that?
I don't believe the Planning Commission has seen any
Right.
applications on this. The council has seen sketch plans, and they provided feedback that the applicant used to prepare this plan.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, so who do we have that's going to be presenting from the applicant?
Beth Husted should be raising her hand, Natalie, if you want to watch for her and let her in.
Oh, sorry, I didn't go according to the plan. I'm here on camera. Hello, Chair and Commission members. I'm Beth Husted with Trek Development. Thank you, Kendra, very much for a thorough presentation. And I know there's a lot of information with this project, but you did a great job, so thank you. I am the developer and the applicant, and yes, just to quickly address the previous concept sketches have really been for feedback from council, and I have received some feedback. This particular proposal before you today is different in that it does have less density. It has an added memory care that wasn't there before. But we have proposed a daycare before, and we have proposed higher density apartments and actually even a higher density or more units with the Applewood. So this is 198 units, and some of the projects before the proposals have been much more dense. I am have a quick question just to ask you. I've been asked to kind of keep this brief. I'd also like to, one of our team members from Applewood, Alex Hall, would like the opportunity to give you a little bit more detail on the Applewood product. And I think that would be a nice opportunity tonight if you all are willing to do that. So,
Okay. Can I just stop here for a second?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
Okay, great. Sorry. Thank you, Kendra. Okay, so this is my first slide, and the reason it's up is, first of all, I wanted to just explain to you that I have been fairly intricately involved in this particular neighborhood of Corcoran in this area and of Maple Grove. I am, as both a real estate broker and a developer, I have represented landowners. I did represent MI Homes in the purchase of Rich's Acres and the Toomey property next door. So I am very familiar with the guiding and the uses, and I was involved in the original entitlements of the markets at Rush Creek. So I just wanted to show you this concept, because in 2009, the owners of this property, the Shomers, they actually sent a letter to the city of Corcoran, accompanied by this sketch plan. They retained a professional land planner to assist them in preparing a formal written request for a land use change prior to the 2030 comprehensive plan update. It has high density on it. It shows high density. It shows senior campus. It shows medium density, and it shows some twin homes, medium low density, and then actually potentially developing that northwest point that we are proposing to leave open. The letter that the Shomers wrote referenced some of the reasons for them wanting to re-guide their property to this mixed residential, medium density mixed residential, was because of the growth in the area. So I think we're all pretty familiar with, I've been in this business a long time. I've never seen so many rooftops being developed in one area as I have, from Highway 55 north here. And then they also referenced the fact that the markets at Rush Creek was being developed. They referenced the upgrades of both 101 and Bass Lake Road and the new intersection. And then they referenced the traffic counts, projected traffic counts on CASA 10, which is Bass Lake Road. Apparently they were projected to be about 14,000 average daily trips a day. And I don't know where it's at right now. I know that it's increased. And then they referenced the amenity, the wetlands, the open space, and the long views of Cook Lake and then Rush Creek Golf Course. So the 2030 Land Use Guideline was adopted, and the Shomer property was guided medium density mixed residential. The surrounding properties to the west. Oh, thank you. So you can see the orange slashes. And I just really wanted to make sure everybody understood that most of the neighbors, most of the adjacent properties around this project are guided in the 2030 guide plan as mixed residential. In fact, the Lions Park, which is directly to the south of this piece, is actually mixed use. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate some of what's happened with some of those products. Adjacent to the west is the Bass Lake Crossing project. That was guided medium density mixed residential. It was approved as a PUD and downzoned, as Kendra had mentioned, to low density. And to the southwest, across the Bass Lake Road, is Bass Lake Crossing South. That was also guided medium density and mixed residential and approved PUD zoned low density and I believe industrial for the self-storage that was approved there. And then the property to the north, the Chastic and the Gear property is currently rural, I believe, and guided low density. And so the idea was that when we left the open space on the northwest corner of the site, not only is it serving a ponding area, preserving some trees, but it left a view corridor and a view shed for very similar to what Bass Lake Crossings did adjacent to it. So it sort of continued that same open view corridor. And then it also serves as a nice transition to the low density residential to the north. Again, I mentioned that the property directly to the south of our project is guided mixed use. And that is the Lions Park. And adjacent in Maple Grove, directly to the east is where we are making a connection into Maple Grove, both via an off-road trail, which I'd like to talk about briefly, but also our 73rd will be their 74th. So we are making that connection so that they can also come out and use the intersection at Brockton Lane. And then, I think everybody knows that there's mixed use, that the Markets at Rush Creek was a mixed use project. There's a 4-story along County Road 10, a 4-story senior Havenwood continuum of care product there. There is also medium density and high density housing. Lennar has some medium density townhouses adjacent, kitty corner to us, and then some apartments. So I think that was probably the idea when this property was guided, originally guided mixed residential and medium density. So we do have a significant amount of adjacent properties and properties across the street that have been guided and approved as mixed residential and medium density. And again, Kendra, you did a great job of explaining, but I'd like to just reiterate that we do have a fair amount of public benefit that I call it, I think I've mentioned it maybe in my narrative, but we do have pinching points on this site, and there are several of them. And one of them being the lift station that does also benefit future development and corridor development for the greater community of Corcoran. We have easements, 15 feet of easements for the city for utilities and 15 feet of easements for Met Council that combined there is a 30-foot easement along the east property line. And then the intersection and the CASA 10 and Kendra did mention that also. It is about an additional, I think originally it's 40 feet, but we were required to give an additional 20 feet along that corridor in order to resolve a curve in the road that they find to be a safety issue, a safety concern on CASA 10. So we felt that also was, a benefit to the community because it will provide for future development and corridor development and upgrade transportation corridors. So, and then I think that I'd like to just briefly talk about the trail. I did not understand that the off-road was as important to everybody as I very quickly learned. At the time we did give MI Homes, they wrote a letter to me, an email, and I did pass that on to staff that we had given them an easement because we were trying to be collaborative and cooperative. And I said to John or MI Homes at the time, we're going to have we might have to move that trail. And at the time, I didn't think it was going to take us so long to get to this and there wouldn't be people living there. I was just hopeful we could adjust it, but it really did come into our site fairly significantly in order to avoid the wetland. My thoughts are there might be a solution if we were to allow, or if the city were to allow, there is a 25-foot buffer around all of this wetland that we have, and the 25 feet is developable property. It's not wetlands. It's a wetland buffer, but it is usable property. And my suggestion would be to consider slide that the trail would still be in the back of these houses. It would still be off-road. It would be in the back of the, excuse me, the properties. It would not be in the way of the paths. So that would be a possibility. And so I just wanted to make that suggestion. The other comment that I wanted to make about the trails is that we, and Kendra had mentioned that they were private, but we are proposing that they be public and that they be off-road and they be for the community. And that trail starts, Kendra, in the northwest corner at the MI right there, and then runs along the back side of the multifamily, and then onto what is required as a 20-foot fire lane around the United Properties Applewood building. And what we've also done is then would like to connect it into an off-road trail that Maple Grove has just finally approved this past week for the adjacent property. And then that would run also along Cook Lake. And it would just continue into Maple Grove, but it would be a really nice trail system that everybody could use. So that is something that we are proposing. It has taken a little bit of collaboration and cooperation. I've been meeting with for several months, probably a year now, with Met Council in order to make sure that we have easement language and that we can cooperate and collaborate on the use and maintenance of that 20-foot fire lane, because they need access to the lift station. So we're all trying to work together so that we don't have, that we kind of multi-use and multi-purpose some of this bituminous roadway and fire lane. So it's been a good effort, and I think we've made some progress. So, with that said, I think I just wanted sort of to conclude to say that I think that that our design for Cook Lake Highlands addresses multiple elements which are consistent and align well with the framework and the guidelines and the goals of the Corcoran 2040 land use plan. And I've looked at it, I've studied it, and I think that our site is addressing a significant amount of what the city is trying to accomplish in their land use plan. We are asking for some things, but we are also being, like I said, pinched kind of from every angle. So we're trying to do the best with the cost of our infrastructure and the cost that we're kind of being strapped with on this site. So with that said, I think there was one comment that I wanted to address about the difficulty of this site. I think one person may have misunderstood that I may have said that it wasn't single family wasn't viable on this site because it was too difficult. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that it's difficult to put single family homes on this site in this location because of the distance of the schools. And most families that live in single family homes want to be able to be near the schools and the school district that their children will go to. And the high school is 9 miles away, the Rockford High School. So it's another challenging element of this site. So I'm here for questions. I'm just hoping that that we can have an opportunity once you do have a public hearing to be able to respond, and I would appreciate that very much. At this time, I'd like to introduce Alex Hall with United Properties. Alex.
Good evening. I apologize. I was supposed to wave. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair and rest of the planning commissioners. And thank you, Kendra, for the overview. I just wanted to spend a few minutes, and I'll go quickly. I know it's been a long evening here, just giving you a little background on our Applewood Point co-ops, because it is a little bit of a different type of housing, and I'm not going to assume that everyone is familiar with that. I don't know, Kendra, if you had the slide presentation that kind of started with the Applewood Point. Yep, exactly. So if we could click through to the next slide. United Properties, for those of you that are not familiar with us, we've been in business since for about 100 years now. And my senior housing group develops three types of senior housing properties. One is our Cherrywood Point, which is our assisted living brand, the Point, which is a 55+ rental, and then our Applewood Point, which is our most popular, and that is our senior co-op. And that's what we're proposing and working with Beth on for this site. The next slide. So as you can see around the Twin Cities here, we've developed to date about 16 senior co-ops, 2 of which are just to the east over in Maple Grove. Those would be the 2 closest. And then a little bit further north, we've developed a couple up in Champlin. All of these are 100% sold out with no vacancies. And then we're selling 3 additional ones right now, as well as looking at this Corcoran site. Next slide. So just to give you a little background on what a co-op is, it is for sale housing. I think it's important to note that that it isn't rental. In fact, the bylaws prohibit renting, so it's owner occupied. One owner has to be 62 or over. And what we offer, what makes it different than a condominium is in a condo, you'd go out and obtain your own financing. With a senior co-op, we get a master mortgage. So it's a HUD guaranteed or insured master mortgage. And then what we do, it's a 40-year master mortgage, which helps keep the monthly costs down, helps make it relatively affordable. And we offer 4 equity tiers. So you come in and pick from the low point 20% down on up to 80% down, and then the balance comes out of that HUD master mortgage. It's a 2% annual fixed depreciation, so it's not market. It doesn't necessarily fluctuate with the market, but stays very predictable at that 2% fixed depreciation. So someone on a waiting list, for example, knows what that unit will sell for, 3-5 years down the road. And then all of our Applewood Point communities are professionally managed. Some of the benefits that we feel that a co-op brings to a city, and we really say it helps keep a youthful city because it offers an option. It's another housing option for a city, and we found that you'll have citizens that are residents who have lived in your community for many, many years, and they want to stay in that community. That's where they've raised their families. That's where their friends are. And if you don't offer them a good quality option, then they tend to stay in their homes longer than they might normally choose. And so we find that a co-op is typically going to pull 60% of its occupants from within a 5-mile radius. That's going to free up homes within that primary market area. Newer families come in with school-aged kids, and then ultimately that adds to the tax base through the housing itself, as well as potential reinvestment into sold single-family homes. Next slide. Traffic, I know, is always a big one, a big discussion point, and we have had to do traffic studies for just about every senior co-op that we have developed, and so we do have some very good history on the product. and it's a very low traffic generator. The studies indicate less than 3.7 trips per day for a senior co-op. The seniors don't need to leave during peak rush hours, so they avoid those peak hours. And if you compare that to apartments, condos, or single family homes, you can see that the trips per day are a lot less than any of the multifamily alternatives when you look at an apartment or a condo. And this is really what we're addressing here. And it's worth pointing out that we've been operating in the last 20 years with this 70+ demographic growing at a 75% clip. And when you look at the next 25 years, this demographic is really exploding. And we're looking at projected 125% growth in the senior population. And so this is just one good alternative to provide that housing for the seniors. We did do a market study specifically looking at a 5-mile radius of this site here in Corcoran. And what came up in the study was that in the 5-mile radius, we've seen a just under a 25% growth in overall households within the 5-mile radius, but an increase of almost 120% in the senior segment. And so these seniors are going to be looking for alternatives. And in the case of a co-op, what we're able to offer is that sense of community, unlike townhomes or other low maintenance housing options. Next slide. So what we're proposing here is 100 market rate co-op units. I shouldn't say market rate; they're actually a fixed equity rate cooperative unit. We'll have 14 home styles ranging in size from just under 1,300 square feet up to the largest unit at about 1,900. Another differentiator between this and a condo is the extensive common areas. In a condo, you typically have an elevator lobby and maybe one party room that you can rent. In these co-ops, we have very extensive common areas, a great room that will seat the majority of the residents, common area library, club room, and then we do include down in the lower level a hobby shop as well. There's one underground parking space for each unit. And in this case, we'll be exceeding the required parking ratio here at 1.9 units or stalls per unit. Here is an overview of the co-op here. And I think it's worth pointing out, first of all, we have removed that pickleball court. So I know that's something that Kendra brought up, and we looked at this last week with our architect, and I would agree completely that we like the idea of putting a pickleball court in, but we just don't have the room here. The grades tend to drop off to the northeast where you enter that lift station, and this site just is not an ideal site for a pickleball court, so that's going to be eliminated. But I think what's worth noting here is I know there was some references, or at least one reference to the Champlain co-op that we built, and talking about the size or mass of that co-op, and that sits on a long rectangular site, and so what you tend to see is the entire co-op as you drive by, and really the advantage or the beauty of this layout with this U-shaped co-op is when you look from really any direction, you're just seeing a piece of the co-op. As you can see, when you're on Bass Lake Road looking north, for the most part, you're just going to see that smaller east-west wing. And when you're looking from the west to the east, really you're going to be seeing the ends of these wings and then the inner courtyard. So with the design, I feel pretty strongly that it minimizes kind of the mass of the project. Next slide. Here we took a look at this. This is working with the current architect. The design we're pursuing, which we feel is very attractive. Next slide. Here is Maple Grove. In fact, this is Arbor Lakes, the latest co-op that's been open for just over a year. This is a shot of the interior of the Maple Grove co-op. The next slide, some exterior shots. This one, in fact, is Champlin and Egan in the upper right, Champlin, which just opened about 2 years ago. And I think that's it. One last thing to note, there is some confusion, I think, when we look at some of the other senior communities like Havenwood. That's an assisted living project that is not in any way competitive with what we're doing here. Ours is a for sale independent with no services, where that's a rental with services. So we have, just for your information, within a 5 mile or a 6 mile, I should say, radius, there are 4 existing co-ops, just over 300 units. And out of those 300 units, there's only 1 unit available. So great demand for the product. So with that, thank you very much for your time. And at any point, I will be available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Alex and Beth. Great presentations, and we sure appreciate you taking the time to share those insights with us. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to open up the public hearing, and Natalie can give everybody instructions on how to get in line to speak. If I may, before we begin that, I know that there were a number of emails. I was on the site yesterday, talked to a couple of couples that were out walking on the trail. And it seems to me that there are a lot of common themes to what some of the concerns might be relative to this project. And in the best interest of time and whatnot, if you are, if you hear of someone that has addressed that issue and that is the same as yours, if you would maybe be so kind to let it just stand on the record. After the public comment section, our professional staff will have an opportunity to address your questions, and to the extent that our applicant can, we will do that. For those questions that we cannot answer at this point, there will certainly be a follow-up after that. But if 20 people want to tell us the same thing, it's not going to do much as far as add value to the discussion. So, but if you really feel the urge to speak, by all means, we're going to give you that opportunity. So, Natalie, if you would move forward with instructions for the public hearing, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you would like to participate in the public hearing, I ask that you utilize the raise your hand function. If you're joining us by phone, this can be done by pressing *9. If you're joining us via computer, if you scroll over the bottom of your screen, there should be a toolbar with a reactions option, and you should be able to access raise hand through that. And then I've also heard that some tablets and mobile devices, you can only access it by opening the participants tab. We will ask you to state your name and address for the record, and ask for a 5-minute time limit per speaker. So we already have some hands raised. We will start with Steve Mueller. I will request to unmute you right now, and then I'll take care of lowering your hand.
Mr. Mueller?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and state your name and address, please.
My name is Steve Mueller. and I live at 7474 Fur Lane. And thank you, Natalie, and thank you to the commission for the opportunity to speak. I'm fortunate to be able to speak, and I appreciate the opportunity to be the first neighbor to speak after Beth Husted's presentation, because I'm a homeowner in Bass Lake Crossing, and I probably can summarize the thoughts of the vast majority of the neighborhood on both sides of Bass Lake Road. We basically have 4 major concerns and 1 practical and viable suggestion. We will have 149 single-family homes between both sides of Bass Lake Road. Therefore, the development of Cook Lake Highlands and its impacts is extremely important to our homes and neighborhood. The consensus in the neighborhood is primarily 4 major areas of concern. Number 1, we suggest no rezoning to achieve more units from the current mixed residential. This would include any rezoning to commercial for the daycare and memory care. Either leave it as mixed residential, or you could even follow M&I Homes example and rezone downward for the single family homes. Our second concern is interesting because we just revised this 2 days ago after we read page 87 of the Planning Commission packet. We originally were going to suggest limiting the Applewood Point Senior Co-op to the zoning maximum height of 3 stories from the proposed 4 stories. However, this property, as you now know, includes a shoreline overlay district from Cook Lake with the applicable zoning in section 1050.20 of the city code. The shoreline overlay standards limit the maximum building height to 25 feet. Therefore, even a 3-story Applewood would be too tall. No building should be over 2 stories. Number 3, it appears a rental apartment should not be in this proposal. Based on the long-term vision and the city comprehensive plans, Ron Thomas, the former mayor, said last fall that rental apartments are designated to be in the Corcoran Town Center development. If you read page 46 in the 2040 comprehensive plan, you will find clearly defined zoning definitions of mixed residential versus mixed use, as in the 200-acre Corcoran Town Center development. Therefore, based on the city's vision, the city's 2040 comprehensive plans, and the mixed residential zoning definition, Cook Lake Highland should be 100% ownership. Look at page 46 of the 2040 comp plan under the definition of mixed residential zoning. You will not find the word apartments. And here's our last concern. We would like to keep our existing 2-year asphalt trail without removal, revision, or relocation. Kendra talked earlier about the POD proposal to relocate the trail. And as you know, Trek Development already did go to the Parks and Trails meeting on February 18th, trying to remove 800 feet of this existing trail and relocate it. 80% of the commission rejected the proposal. One final thought. Trek Development proposes 198 total units. I was reading in Beth Husted's letter, either in the planning packet or the Parks and Trail packet. She talks about 20 buildable acres, 20 net buildable acres. But when she discusses it, she conveniently and erroneously includes the commercial daycare and memory care acreage. So subtract that out and you have an incredible 198 units in just 15 net buildable acres. Comparing apples to apples, they propose 198 units plus a daycare, plus a memory care, and only 27 total acres. Bass Lake Crossing has only 95 units and 53 total acres. So Cook Lake Highlands would have over twice the units, plus a daycare, plus a memory care, and half the total acreage. Yes, twice the units, plus a daycare, plus a memory care, and half the total acreage. So here's our suggestion. As a viable suggestion, it appears that the entire development can be rezoned downward to single-family homes, or otherwise create a smooth transition from Bass Lake Crossing with single-family homes followed by 2-story townhouses. So in summary, we advocate no rezoning, comply with the shoreline overlay standard, which mandates no building taller than 2 stories, no apartments, and please leave our existing trail just as it is. And reiterating, a practical solution is either all single-family homes or otherwise transition from Bass Lake Crossing with single-family homes followed by 2-story townhomes. We would hope that Beth Hustad of Trek Development will consider the changes and comments so that she can proactively move forward and develop her Cook Lake Highlands. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Okay, Mr. Mueller, thank you very much. Natalie?
Yes,
Yes.
we have one more speaker raising their hand at this time. Lynn Alberts, I'll request that you're unmuted. And go ahead and state your name and address for the record when you're ready.
Lynn, you are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Lynn Alberts and I live at 7490 Fur Lane. And you've already got a copy of my letter, but I would just like to give you a little history on what originally happened. When I looked to purchase this land in 2018, this 27 acres was zoned RSF3, single family and 2-family residential. Basically, if you go back and read the letter, the city of Maple Grove made a mistake on their official zoning map. So all the homeowners based their position on that 27 acres being single family and 2-family residential.
Mr.
So-
Alberts?
Yes.
Mr. Alberts?
Yes.
Yeah, say, maybe you can, let's just back up for a quick second and clarify.
Okay.
You said that Maple Grove made an error on their,
I'm sorry, Corcoran.
oh, okay, all right.
So you can read the letter. I just want to make sure everybody reads this letter because basically Corcoran made a mistake on the official zoning map. That official zoning map in the 2040 plan still shows RSF 3 for that 27 acres. Okay. I would like to say their proposal is a new Horizon Daycare Center. There's currently 2 daycare centers within a quarter of a mile of this location. So I'm just wondering why they would need another daycare location. There are also the Hampton Memory Care. Havenwood is within a quarter of a mile there, and I called them. They also have a memory care unit. So I'm not sure what the purpose of having that would be. My concern is if the city allows these 2 parcels to be rezoned commercial, what would be built on the 3 acres at the entrance of Bass Lake Crossing? The other item I have is the comp plan states that we're in a Shoreline Overland district. The 2040 plan states on page 46, residential development within or adjacent to environmentally sensitive areas will be guided as low density residential to reduce the development impacts to these areas. Cook Lake is classified as a natural environment lake, which has the highest level of environmental protection in the shoreline incidents. Only 11% of the woodland area is being preserved. The last item I would like to talk about is if on the Cook Lake Highlands, the property next to it, to the east in Maple Grove, the development is called Edgewater on Cook Lake. This property is similar to Cook Lake Highlands. It has a total of 27 gross acres, has a net acres of 19.05. They are proposing a total of 58 single-family houses. This equates to 3 units per acre, and Bass Lake Crossing also has 3 acres per unit. So basically, you're trying to jam all this high density between 2 properties that are at 3 units per acre. I guess I would like to say, if you look at this development as the entrance to Corcoran, is this what you want people to see when they first enter the city of Corcoran? Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Mr. Alberts. And again, after this, hopefully maybe our professional staff can address some of your questions directly. Okay, Natalie. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, Dean.
Just real quick, I want to make it just a general statement. We're not trying to cram or do anything against anybody that lives in Corcoran. We are reviewing this property and possibly looking at going to a PUD. We are not jamming, cramming. We are not doing anything. We are listening very intensely. We are all residents of Corcoran. We're all volunteers on this commission. So it just, I get a little upset when folks start talking, we're going to cram and we're going to do stuff. We aren't doing that. We will not.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. All right, Natalie, do we have a third?
Yes, so I do have someone raising their hand. The screen name is L. Bolin. I will request that you are unmuted. Oh, she unmuted herself, or he or she, and go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Lori Bolin. I am a resident of Bass Lake Crossing. My address is 19336 74th Avenue. And, I just want to go on record saying, I am for development. I want everybody to have safe places to live. I want our community to be a community that is attractive and a place for everybody. Right now, one of my main concerns is if we add more housing, more high density housing, what is the traffic going to be like on Bass Lake Road? Right now, it's already getting horrendous when I try to leave to go to work or come home. And I'm fearful that adding that much more, we've already got a lot of apartments being built. We've got the senior housing on the corner of Bass Lake Road and 101. And I'm just fearful of what adding even more is going to do to the road system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bolin. Natalie?
I'm not seeing anyone else raise their hand at this time. We might want to give it a couple of seconds.
Sure.
All right, I'm seeing someone clap, and when this happened last meeting, that meant they were trying to raise their hand. So let me figure out who's clapping. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'm assuming it's Michael. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Michael Schomer. I live at 7724 Berkeley Park, but the land that we're talking about was Schomer land. And just so people understand, the old farm place that's east of this property, which was the Schomer land, the city Maple Grove, they basically told them because of the problem that they had with their water, that they could only have single family homes right there and that. So there's no reason, they wanted to go a little bit higher density and that stuff. And they actually could have as far as with the land wise and that stuff, but the city wouldn't let them. So, so this notion that you're putting something in the middle that's way bigger than the properties on both sides. I mean, to me, this is a plus. The County Road 10 is going to be a 4-lane highway for the woman that was worried about traffic. It's basically coming. I've lived on the farm from birth, and I'm 74 years old now. And if you want to see changes, I've seen a lot of changes in that time. And you may be good or bad, whatever you want to call it, and that stuff and that, but it's not going to stay the same. And I think with what the property is going to be right there, and that if someone takes a look at it, you say, wow, we're coming into Corcoran, and you look at that development, look at the units right there, and that I don't think this is going to hurt the homes to the east or to the west at all. That stuff, and it's got nothing to do with it. I don't know. Sometimes people hate a little bit of a change in that, but we've been working this property, for sale since 2009, when everything was still pretty bad with the downplay in the economy and everything, and Beth Husted has been working with the city with many different plans over the years. It had to basically accommodate with what some of Corcoran wants. And as far as I'm concerned, that this is a beautiful plan. If you take a look at it, I don't know how anybody can say it doesn't look good. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schomer.
And then I don't see any raised hands at this time. Oh, let me see. Jerry Tucker is clapping. So I'm going to request that he be unmuted and go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Natalie. I don't have the hands up function on my Zoom, so I had to clap. My name is Jerry Tucker. I live at 7402 Fur Lane in Corcoran. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Kendra, Ms. Husted, Mr. Hall, thank you for taking time to listen to me tonight. I have questions, but before I get to questions, I want to state I'm not opposed to development either, as long as it's the right kind of development. And I don't think this is one of them. Secondly, I am ambivalent about the trail. So whether or not it gets moved is immaterial to me, because I would suggest that Ms. Husted sit down with commissioners and some of the Bass Lake Crossing and some residents and some of the city officials, and let's talk this out. I've known since I first looked at my property, and oh, by the way, if you look at your maps in your packet, I'm the infamous lot 16 that sits right next to 74th Avenue and has the trail running around my house. And so I would argue even with my neighbors that my property is going to be the most affected by this development, whether it's noise, congestion, dirt, traffic, whatever the case may be. But I'm not opposed to development if it's the right kind of development. And this is clearly, to me, not the right kind of development, but I will trust your judgment as far as what needs to be done. Now, questions. I'd like to know who the builder is that's going to build these villas, because my main concern is property value. If Ms. Husted selects a builder that slaps in some $250,000 townhomes, you know, that's going to have a negative effect on my property value. And to my knowledge, M&I Homes is not going to be the builder of these. And so I'd like to know who is. And I'd also like to know what the suggestions are as far as shared costs of a shared access intersection. If Ms. Husted is referring to 75th or 74th and Fur Lane, I'm sorry, it's her development. Let her pay for the cost of a shared access intersection. I shouldn't have to do that, and would be kind of upset if I had to. So those are my 2 big questions. And other people from the neighborhood have said the other things that I was interested in saying. So I'll just say thank you and be quiet.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, thank you very much.
Okay, I see a thumbs up. We're getting creative with our hand raising. So looks like SM Zappa. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Sue Zappa. Thank you for listening to me. I live at 7482 Fur Lane. I had been the one that has talked a lot about the trails that are existing currently for a neighborhood. But I did notice, and maybe this question is directed more at Alex at this point, when I looked at the Applewood Point fire lane behind his building, Beth had said that that would be used also as public trails. Well, I noticed that on one of his drawings there, it said chain link gate, excuse me. And I'm not into leaping over fences or gates to go on a walk. And so that has me concerned about what really is going to happen there. The other thing is with the number of units they've got there, this is probably for the Planning Commission. Do we have a fire department that can handle that amount of new units right now? So I guess a question is to Alex and just a comment about our fire department services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zappa. I'm sure there's probably an answer for some of those questions that can be addressed as soon as the public hearing is closed. So, okay, Natalie, anybody else?
Yep, Ron Nelson, go ahead and state your name and address for the record. Perfect.
Yeah, Ron Nelson. My address is 7451 Hickory Lane in Corcoran. New resident to the area, and I just had a comment and a question. I guess my comment is about the Park Commission and the height requirement. I think that should be considered an out-of-the-box reason to reject the issue outstanding. And then I guess my question is along the lines of property values. Of course, we're always concerned about that as residents who have built a new home and come into the area. I don't know what the average selling price would be of the co-ops, or if there's a comparison to some previously built co-ops, but that would be a concern if those co-ops are $150,000 co-ops. That's certainly going to have a dramatic effect on the values of properties and the desire for somebody who wants to buy a $500,000 house to be right next to a $100,000 co-op. So that's my question. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, thank you.
And I don't see anyone raising their hand at this time. Can wait a couple more seconds though.
So far, pretty wide range of questions. I haven't heard a lot of redundancy, so.
Agreed.
A lot of curiosity and questions out there, so that's good.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, I want to thank everybody that talked, keeping it precise and limited and stuff and non-repetitive. And if there's no other people raising their hands, Natalie, I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
No one's raising their hand or doing other emoticons, so.
Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, Wu.
Okay, all those in favor of closing the public hearing, please notify by, after I call your name on the roll call vote. Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
and Commissioner Jacobs, aye as well. This public hearing is now closed. All right, Kendra, I of course am going to give you the first swing at answering as many of those as you care to, as you're prepared to. And then if there are some that are, I mean, like that last question, the value of the co-op units, I had it as a question, but if there's some of those things that are left better for the developer to answer, then after you completed, we'll give the developer a chance to answer those unanswered questions. So.
Yes, I think both the first two speakers had a statement about rezoning to commercial, and I just want to clarify, we're not rezoning to commercial. The daycare is allowed in the RMF2 district. The assisted living is not, but would be appropriate in a PUD because people do live there. It's a residential zoning district, in my opinion. And so the rezoning is actually to PUD. PUD is a zoning district. So no re-guiding is required because the uses are all allowed in the residential district, the RMF2 district. So it's a rezoning to planned unit development or PUD. There was a question about traffic on Bass Lake Road. Our city engineer has reviewed that, as has Hennepin County. And there are road improvements required at the intersection, but that the traffic volumes are consistent with this, what this road is intended to carry.
Kendra, just real quick. So those road improvements, we're talking about just lanes, right? But we're not talking about signals.
There is a long-term, there is a traffic signal. I do not believe, and Beth can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe the signal is part of this improvement. I think this improvement is just the turn lanes being built with this project.
Okay.
I was actually looking for there was a feasibility study done for Beth's project at some point in the past, and I'm having trouble putting my hands on that, but I can confirm that before the council meeting. I think it's just the turn lanes.
Okay.
There was a question about who is the builder of the villas. And I think the developer should answer that. I'm not certain if somebody's under contract or not. So I don't want to say for certain. There was a question about who's paying for the intersection. Again, that is the developer. The city is not paying for that. The city will design it, bid it, and manage it, but the developer will pay all those costs, including the city staff time. There was a question about the fire lane that / access lane. So on the east side of the property, there's an existing road that the Met Council built to access the lift station. And if this project proceeds, the Met Council will allow this developer to also use that as a fire lane and then extend it around the north side of Applewood Point. So it'd be a 20-foot wide fire lane for emergency vehicles. The question was, why is there a gate there? The reason there's a gate there is when the road is that big, we do not want random vehicles driving back there. So we always use some sort of a block, whether it's a gate, a fence, or bollards that would stop people from going back there. Obviously, bollards don't work because we need vehicles to go back there. So the gate is planned to protect access back there, but would still allow pedestrian access on the sides or a different method to get through that gate. So pedestrian access would be allowed. Can the fire department handle it? Yes, the fire department reviews all applications. The fire department, as part of our public safety committee, has reviewed this, and they do have the equipment to manage this project and the size of project. There were two questions about property values, and Mr. Chair, maybe I'll leave those to you as the resident expert, but I think that was it, property values and who's the builder of the villa, in addition to a lot of relevant comments about the impact of the project.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, Ms. Hustad or Mr. Hall, there was a couple of questions there that maybe you might be more appropriate to answer. It's up to you if you would like to try to answer one of them. I think Mr. Hall was, what are the values? I think someone threw out there $100,000 for the unit. I would find that probably to be too low. But there is that. And then, you know, the developer for the townhomes, Ms. Hustad, but please feel free to answer any of those questions if you can.
I'd be happy to field the first one. Alex Hall with United Properties on the value. These would start, the smallest units are probably going to be in the just under $400,000 range. So I think $395,000 is would be on the lower end, on up to about $580,000. And I'm calculating our average sized home, which would be a little over 1,500 square feet, would be about $425,000. And that's before residents add upgrades. We do offer upgrades, and we find on average residents add about $20,000 worth of upgrades on top of that. So your largest units would be pushing $600,000. And those are comparable to, given the increase in cost of construction, comparable to our latest Maple Grove co-op, which again was sold out prior to the completion of construction.
Okay, so Mr. Hall, then maybe just to fill out the other half of some of my notes. So what you're saying then is that if I buy a interest at a rate of just $500,000, the co-op guarantees a 2% appreciation rate per year on that 500,000?
It's a good question. They don't guarantee it because we're not immune from market downturns. So at some point, you need a willing buyer to come in and buy your share and or your membership. And so if for instance, there was a really significant downturn in the housing market, you may not get the full 2% appreciation. But looking back on the history of all 15 of our co-ops, that's only happened to the best of our knowledge once, and that was back in that kind of 2008 downturn. And in no case, even during that downturn, no one lost any of their equity. Some people chose to sell without gaining the full 2% appreciation, but no one lost any of the equity that they put into their home.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hall, as long as I got you on the phone.
Sure.
That part where you were talking about tax revenue to the schools. Now, the way I took it was that seniors, now this is a building that where one of the owners has to be 62 or over, was most likely, or a good share of them would have kids in the public school system, which I assume would be K through 12. And that by the fact that they had those, they generate tax revenue for the school?
No, not specific to the co-op. The point that I was trying to make there, and I was flying through this, so I may have misspoke, was where we see it as a benefit to school systems and a benefit to the cities are that the folks that move into the co-op typically move out. These aren't renters moving into the co-op, they're homeowners. They move out of those single family homes where they no longer have kids. And then that the families that backfill or purchase those homes from the seniors often bring school-aged children into those communities. And so it's kind of a cause or an effect, but and so that was the linkage that I was talking about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does,
Yeah.
I know that here, over the years, we talk about life cycle housing.
Right.
In Corcoran, and but of course, whether you have senior co-ops or single families, they all have a market value unless they qualify under some sort of exemption. They all generate tax revenue.
That's right.
For the school district. So I just wanted some clarity there, and it's not maybe that you didn't explain it right, because I was reading off I might just have misunderstood just listening to it. So okay, great. Is there any other questions, Mr. Hall, from the public hearing that you'd like to address right off the top of your head?
One thing worth mentioning, I have built in the Shoreland district. In fact, both of my developments up in Champlin, which are both I think two beautiful developments up there, are right on the Mississippi River and fell within that same restriction. And working with the city, one of those ended up, well, they both, in fact, ended up being a partial 5-story facing the river and then 4-story on the backside. So, and so we have worked with cities within that Shoreline district, and I did just want to point that out. And you know, I feel that that really Beth has done a great job taking what is going to be the tallest or proposed to be the tallest part of the development and locating that as far away from, I think there's a great transition from the single family homes to the west on up to as you travel northeast to the larger co-op. And not only is it situated really far to the east of those homes, but also north from Bass Lake Road. So I think everything transitions very nicely, and it would be our intent to work with the city on choosing exterior materials that the city is happy with and that will complement and make for a nice entrance into Corcoran from Maple Grove. So,
Okay, great.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hustad, do you have any answers you can provide? And most specifically, the question about who's going to build?
Yes, I can do that. There's a couple, there were actually 3 items that, or 4 items that I thought I could answer. And one is, yes, the builder. We are in discussions with MI Homes. That is why we were in the presentation that Kendra put up on the screen. Those were MI Homes products, and they provided those to me to share with you tonight. So could it possibly be somebody else? Yes, that's possible. It's always possible. But I would say that I've been in this business for 35 years, and I think my history would show that the single family neighborhoods that I've built have been of high quality and had good builders in them. So I like to work with quality builders too. So I would assure you that would be. Then the comment about the project to the east in Maple Grove, we are collaborating with that developer, and I have been very involved initially with that. Those are all my clients, landowners over there. And I would say to you that that project has been approved, final plat, 59 45-foot single family lots for rent single family homes. So that developer is very aware of what we're doing here with the Applewood, and they are absolutely fine with it. So that has been important too, that we communicate with that neighbor.
Ms. Hustad, and
yes.
So you said that there's 59 homes on 45-foot wide lots?
Yes.
And they're all rentals?
For rent luxury single family homes. Have you? Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify that I heard it right.
I know you did. And then the other comment was, there was a comment, a question maybe about a shared intersection relative to Bass Lake crossings. And I think that was just a misunderstanding. I do not have any shared intersection with them. We, you know, both Kendra and I maybe did mention that there is a connection that we need to make to their street. But that was a requirement so that the traffic flows. And there's also a connection that we need to make on the Maple Grove side too. And then Kendra, I have a question for you. Could you put up the slide that is the cross section, and you had it up at the end of my presentation, and then Alex, we introduced Alex, and I missed it. So it was the cross section. I think it's probably the 4th or 5th slide.
If the chair has no objection, I can share my screen again.
Yeah, I'm sure if there's a benefit to the commission for seeing it. I mean, was it not in the original packet? Is there a reason why?
It's just a part of my presentation, and it's a height it explains the heights of the products, and it shows a cross section from the neighborhood showing them the distances and then the heights of the buildings. I think it's helpful, but that's fine. Don't need to do it if you don't want me to.
Well, no, I'm curious to see it.
Yeah.
It was not in the
You know,
packet. We
I
did
mean,
not have it. in the packet.
usually we get these kinds of things in the normal packet, so I just
Yes,
curious.
and I apologize. It was one of those things that I literally got this afternoon or this morning. So we've been working on it. And so to the left at the top, on the just above the number 1 there. Yes, thank you. That is the Bass Lake Crossings homes. And then the home, the 2-story or the 1.5-story, Kendra, after there you go. That
This
is
the
our
property line though,
Yes,
right?
thank you. Yes, that's the property line. Thanks. And this is our single family villa homes. And it's about at the 6th house on Fir Lane. So this is about where the cross section hits. And so it's looking across and it's showing elevations at that point. And then the apartment building, which is about approximately 256 feet away from the Bass Lake Crossing home. So it's about a football field away. And then it shows, I don't know if you can see it, it shows the Applewood, and that's, another 478 feet away. And the reason that it is that distance is it's again, like Alex mentioned, the way the buildings are designed, there actually is that kind of separation between them. And that's about, the Applewood building is about 3 football fields away from the Bass Lake Crossings homes. So that just gives you an idea of the distance. And then the section below, what I did is I asked MI Homes to give me, I've done another project with them where we have the townhouses, the 3-story townhouses, and I asked them to send me the elevation of them and the height, and they are actually taller than if we were to do, and again, I'm not saying that we would or that we're proposing it. I think the builder of the apartments or the owner of the apartments would be willing to do either a hip or a pitch roof or a flat roof. But if it were flat, it would actually be shorter than a 3-story townhome built by MI Homes. And I just thought that would be helpful. And actually the apartments, the flat roof apartment is a 35 feet, not 42. It's 35 feet high. So
Okay.
that helps.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I was looking here, and so the proposed 2-story townhomes.
They're not proposed. I'm showing a 3-story townhome relative to a 3-story apartment building, because people are mentioning, why aren't you doing the townhomes, and the height would be different, and it really wouldn't. It would actually potentially be as tall or taller than a flat roof apartment building. That is an actual product that is being built by MI Homes.
Okay, but if it's smaller,
It would depend on how many units it would be. They might do, 6, 8, 10 units in that, in one swoop, and then they do another 6, 8, 10 units, something like that, depending on the project. I just was, there's been so much concern and discussion about height that I wanted to give some sort of an idea to people of what the actual heights will be.
okay. All right, is that it then? We appreciate that. Any other?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I did want to clarify, was able to find that feasibility study. The traffic improvements on 10 are turn lane improvements, does not currently include a traffic signal,
okay.
just to clarify that. And then in terms of the property value questions, I am not aware of a study that would show that this type of product next door to a single family product would reduce existing property values. Are you in your days as an assessor, Mr. Chair, familiar with anything to that effect?
Well, I think based upon what the transformation of that view that those people along that trail are going to have is going to be fairly significant. But is it necessarily going to impact their value? I can't think of a case where I know that that's an automatic. I don't know that, and I would be amiss to suggest that. So I'll leave that one as is. But thank you though for checking up on that other one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So is that it for the public hearing answers that we can provide at this time?
I believe so.
If there's anybody out there that spoke that still has a question or it did not get answered here, by all means, we encourage you to contact our professional staff at City Hall, and they'll do whatever they can for you, trust me. So, all right, at that point, let's move on to our commission discussion and questions. Does anybody have a burning desire to start? Otherwise, I'd be glad to, but please raise your hand if you'd like to. Dean, Jim, Meredith?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
my main concern is the height of these buildings and such, and being along that Cook Lake and those kind of things. One of the residents brought up the fact that 25 feet is the highest. Kendra, can you shed some light on that subject as far as height of these buildings and how they can go this high by being along the shoreline like this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the shoreline ordinance does have a 25-foot height limit in the shoreline overlay district. As I said, I believe the intent of that is to sort of minimize the view from people on the lake looking onto the shoreline. This is not a really truly a lake that gets a lot of lake activity.
Right.
I believe that's the intent. I will tell you as a point of reference, the Rush Creek Reserve Project also has a significant portion of land in the shoreline district. They did get a variance from the shoreline height limit. It is not unusual for communities to look at setbacks and other things. So it is possible to get flexibility from that, but the standard is a 25-foot height in that shoreline overlay district.
And then the other question that I had is childcare in the middle of a 60-plus community like this. Why a childcare there? What's going on? Just
I can't speak.
Just looks like a big sore thumb sitting there.
I can't speak to the developer's motivation for the tenants. What I will tell you is we had a client that was a continuum of care facility, senior facility in Stillwater, and they actively searched for land that was either near a daycare or a school. And they have a daycare in their building because they like to do joint activities, foster grandparent kind of stuff. But I'm not sure why, but I will say that daycares are allowed in residential neighborhoods simply because that often drives the need. This neighborhood probably wouldn't, but.
I'm again trying to make sense of changing this designation of this property to accommodate this thing, and I don't know if I can. And now it makes a little bit of sense at daycare joining in with the older residents and stuff, joint activities, those kind of things. That does kind of make sense. But again, I'm still struggling with this whole idea. So that's all I've got, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kendra.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Wu, you have the floor if you'd so care to.
please let me know if the sound quality, my internet connection is very temperamental. So I'm going to keep the camera off. I feel that the primary zoning, the RMF2, could provide the variety of housing types that would offer just as much as rezoning to a PUD for this specific proposal offers. And I think that we could get the quality of the development that we're looking for with the current zoning without rezoning to a PUD. And we could get it without the extensive flexibilities that this PUD is requesting. I find that when I look at the site plan, it's just overwhelmingly hard surface. It appears to be buildings on islands of grass with mostly hard surface. And that's not surprising considering the density and the amount of buildable land that exists because of the shoreland overlay. And I think that that results in all of the flexibilities that are being requested here. So to me, it points to the fact that this is a wholly unsuitable site for this type of development. But don't get me wrong, I absolutely support the kind of housing that allows Corcoran seniors to stay in Corcoran, but I don't believe this is the right site. And I think that all of the flexibilities that are being sought to make this site work are evidence of that. I think the amount of impervious surface requirement that they're needing is, again, evidence that they just don't have enough land here to support the density that they're trying to put on this property. I did look at the, it's noted that the surrounding areas are all either single family or mixed use, and then the single family at Maple Grove. And I really feel contextually, this development is the wrong fit. I think that the height is an issue. As I said, the amount of impervious surface is an issue. And I think that the large pond that is needed to cope with the impervious surface that's created from all the parking, it has pretty much taken out most of the trees that were on this site. And that is a huge concern, especially when the site that Maple Grove has, they've got about 4 acres of open land that they're going to keep, and they're still going to have housing. So I just feel that this proposal is not appropriate for this site. Thanks.
Okay, Meredith. Thank you very much. Jim, you want to flip a coin? Who goes next? Okay, you win. Why don't you go ahead, sir?
All right, will do. Thank you to Ms. Husted and Mr. Hall. I really like the senior housing plan. I've got a mother who's 91 years old, and I think she would really like a living situation like that. I like the design and layout of it, the amenities that go with it. I do, Mr. Hall made a comment about the majority of residents come from a 5-mile area around the new senior housing project. And that may be true for an urban situation, but my immediate thought was, will farm folks who have lived on farms, or at least 3 to 5 acres, and they've lived there for 30 to 50 years, would they be interested in this type of communal living? That's kind of a shock socially for them. Overall, I believe I agree with Commissioner Wu that overall, the applicants are asking for just too many exceptions, too many exemptions, too many flexibilities. I don't support rezoning. I believe there are better places in the city of Corcoran to build it. I am concerned about the traffic now that the Hy-Vee has opened and the other projects have started to build up in that area. I do believe, and maybe it's being a reserve officer in me or something, but you can really tell the congestion that has boomed in that area just so far as of today. And then to add, I don't know, a couple of hundred, I think it's 200 plus parking spaces for all of everything in this complex. I think it's too much for that area. I'm also impressed by the number of letters that we've gotten from the neighbors of this project. They're Corcoran residents, they're our neighbors, and who oppose this project. And I couldn't help thinking, well, they were there first, you know. Most of the time, I'm not going to approve or recommend putting something like this in somebody else's backyard if I wouldn't want it in mine. And so I can't support this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Scholak. Let me, I just want to start by asking a couple questions. Kendra, in some of the comments and discussion in the letters about this public versus private trail, I find to be somewhat interesting, because what I was not clear about in the materials, and I don't direct that at you per se, was that what was the alternative here? I was taking some guesses. Now, this I heard now that maybe that road around the fire road might be open, but there was some discussion about the public versus private, and you know, there was maybe some confusion on some of the homeowners' part, or maybe it's real that, you know, if they rerouted the trail, it dumped them into a cul-de-sac, and that they were not going to, somehow they'd have to get down back to their neighborhood. If that was the sidewalk that would take them back down towards 10 to that road, you know, that's fine. But then there was a distinction that the trail going east was private. So it got me thinking about, well, the HOA for Bass Lake owns that trail that's currently in existence. So, no?
No. So the trail that exists today was dedicated and built by the developer of Bass Lake Crossings, and it was dedicated to the city of Corcoran. That's a public trail.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, because I thought there were some comments made by, you know, how can M&I negotiate? You know, there was maybe some misconceptions that M&I was negotiating to give up that trail to the developer here. And how could they do that since the HOA owned it? So that was all completely just wrong information.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think what Beth was saying is when the Shomers sold the land or gave the land to MI Homes to allow that trail to go off of the Bass Lake Crossings property onto the Shomer property. At the time, they had a gentleman's agreement, so to speak, that maybe if something came in, they'd adjust that trail. But the trail's been dedicated to the city. The city would have to vacate that trail easement in order to allow it to be moved. And the Parks Commission is not recommending that. So again,
Okay.
The comprehensive plan showed a city trail, and MI Homes built a portion of that exists today as part of their project, but it was deeded to the city as a city trail.
Okay, and again, I think maybe there might be some misunderstanding with some of the residents over there, and including myself. Again, when I walked that site yesterday, I had some conversations with, and trust me, they're not kidding when they say they use that trail. I saw 3 couples use it just in the short time that I was there on that trail. I had nice discussions with them, but I think maybe we were under the impression that if the developer here wanted to take back that trail, they had every right to do so. And obviously we were wrong, but that's neither here nor there. So, okay.
And maybe just to finish that thought, I'm
Sure.
going to share my screen just quickly, just to kind of make sure everybody's on the same page. So this pink line is the existing trail. And again, this is a public trail, off-road trail. And what the developer would do would be dedicate, what they're proposing is to make this a public trail along the street, not a sidewalk, a wider bituminous trail that comes up here and then would connect. And eliminate this portion of the off-road trail. The Parks
Yep.
Commission said no to that. But again, that is a public trail and this would be a public trail. And then there'd be private connections here. And the difference being who maintains the trail, the city or the developer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
I wanted to now regarding, because this kind of goes into a couple different areas that I had concern about. And again, when I walked that trail yesterday, eye-opening experience, only from the sense that the materials that I spent hours looking at gave me no preparation at all for what I actually saw out there. And I speak only to the natural attributes of walking that trail and the differences between the subject parcel and the parcels of the land and whatnot that exists over there at Bass Lake. And so when you walk that trail, you'll notice that there is a hill. And most of the people along that look out east, back up to that trail and that wetland, they see a hill. Now, clarification, because unfortunately, my eyes in this thing here can't see some of the finer details of the maps that we get. But in looking at the site, and this kind of goes back to some of the questions that we've had before and comments, and I think Commissioner Dickman recently wrote it in some notes regarding our Planning Commission goals for 2021. And that is, if we have significant areas, are we going to treat it as such? Are they significant or are they not? Now, I understand the Shoreline Overlay District, but this has been designated as a significant natural area. Now, I understand the turtle. I didn't even know what that reference to a species of animal, but as I looked at the website or the site plan, I was shocked at the demolition or at the deforestation. Now, the applicant says that they're preserving 11% of the site, and I think that's an error. If you look at the very northern part of that site, there's at least 90 feet from the property line down to the existing tree line. There's not a single tree there, and I walked it yesterday because I went over the hill to see the pond, and there's no trees there. So I don't think there's anything being saved. There's nothing there to be saved. You can see it on Google Earth. And so literally in looking at what they're cutting down, they'll cut down every single tree in the place. And tell me I'm different. I'd love to be wrong by 5 trees, but I'm not. the way they planned it out. So we're going to be looking at a complete deforestation of that site. In addition, and based on that diagram, confirmed it to me that the side view, they're literally then going to be taking out that entire hillside. And so whereas the people in Bass Lake, now this is just one issue, but you know, they have a natural barrier. They have a hill and they have trees. So assuming that you weren't going to take out that hill and cut down every single tree in the lot, you could probably do very well with a potential, you know, 3-story apartment building or and or the co-op. But by drastically changing the topographical features of that site is going to make a whole world of difference. I don't think anybody really is anticipating at this point. So again, either we're going to keep this as a significant area or we're not. We're going to allow this whole thing to be bulldozed and cut down. I have an objection to that kind of development plan for this site. And so, again, if I'm wrong in my understanding of what the excavation of this site is going to be as far as elevation, you know, please speak up. But that's the way I kind of see it as I walked out there. And again, based on that slide that was shown to us here by Ms. Hustad, it clearly shows that the existing neighborhood and the proposed are going to be right on the same level. There wasn't a lot of discussion about the road alignment except for in Kendra's presentation. It was noted. I understand that there's no requirement for it. But if we're talking about rerouting a trail that includes all these people from these other 2 neighborhoods, and it's going to go around the co-op, and then they're going to have to, they will be now intermixing on that road to go back to their neighborhood. I think it's important that we try to make that as safe as we possibly can. And so I'm there on that. I have no doubt to not believe Ms. Hustad when she is, I believe she's very sincere about wanting to work with people and to redo this trail. With that being said, though, because it is a significant issue with the existing neighbors, it was an issue with the planning or the Parks and Trail Commission. I am not in any position to just assume that, well, this will be taken care of, that we'll work this and we'll figure it out, given that we got an access road that we don't know that they have access to and everything else. These are questions that without certainty, I would hate to make that mistake if it doesn't actually happen in place. I think Commissioner Wu hit upon it. And looking at this thing from what we're giving up for the PDU and what we're getting back, hard to put a value on the booster site. Hard to, you know, I know that they have the issue with the Met Council site, you know, that's kind of in the middle. It's unfortunate, but that's already existing. I don't know that there's any, you know, I don't know that there's any value to say that, well, we have this and therefore it somehow weighs out, you know, helps even out that scale of the benefit versus the PUD granting. And so I agree that I think there's a lot more being given up by the city to grant this PUD. I do believe in a lot of the same things that were said earlier. And to be more specific, you know, when you go to the resolutions, so the resolution to deny the request, there are 7 items, and you know, item 1, I would agree that that the project is too dense for the area. Item 2, the applicant is seeking extensive flexibility for this. I think it's a lot to be given for it, given that it is in an overland district or shoreline district. Item 3, the benefits I just spoke about do not balance. 4 and 5, I didn't have any disagreement with that. Item 6, given the magnitudes of the buildings and proximity to adjacent properties, will have an undue and adverse impact on the reasonable enjoyment of the neighborhood property. And again, just taking a walk down that trail and trying to envision what that is, I can see that. And again, yeah, I think you have to put in there, the loss of the trail and the grade. And item 7, I agree with also. I think that there's every reason to expect that as good a quality. Now, would that be, I mean, I like the idea, just like Jim and everyone else. I think it's a great product mix, maybe just simply the wrong site. When you look at it and you say in number 7 that it has not been sufficiently demonstrated how the aesthetics of the site have been substantially enhanced, and I added in my own notes, or preserved, I think that there's maybe a different place for this type of development. And I went back initially as part of my thinking. I've spent a lot of years going through this planning state, and it was made very clear by the residents of the city and by the past city councils and past members of the planning commission and everybody else that spent many hours developing plans and expectations here. And it was always the belief that that entrance off of 10 for the city should be rural in nature, and that it should be, for lack of a better word, a soft entrance. I think that this kind of goes against that. And I think it would be a betrayal to what our vision and what those goals were. There's a reason why that was zoned the way it is. It was not, let's make it a PUD and put in commercial and all this and that. I know that there's only the one parcel, but this was not the vision. And I think even though that is not directly related here as part of the resolution, I'm gonna give it its due respect to all the work that everybody else did and say that, yeah, it's worth saving some of the characteristics of that neighborhood or that piece of land. And it's worth making sure that the entrance to our city is as what everybody expected and put into place what it wanted it to be. So with that, I am done as well. So why don't we start again, go around the loop. If there's any more comments or questions. Commissioner Varenkamp.
I've got nothing other than Meredith, Jim, and you, Dean. Thanks for kind of collectively straightening out the thoughts in my head. It just doesn't seem to belong in this area, this type of development and stuff. And I think you said it really well, Dean. We owe it to everybody in town to be responsible and do things the right way. And this just, it's a great plan. It's a great thing. It's just not in the right place. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Scholak, you got any other follow-up questions or discussion?
Just another 2 cents. We've heard tonight again from developers who talk about the view coming into our city, and what an impressive way to come into the city to see these. But I don't know if necessarily 2- and 3-story buildings are the wow factor that people are going to say, wow, we're in Corcoran now. Just the opposite. I think the more serenity, the more farmland, the more wetlands that we have, I think that will be the continue to be the wow factor for the city of Corcoran, for people to say, wow, we're out in the country now, and we're I just don't like to be trying to the attempt to convince us what our city should look like at its portals. So, thank you.
I would agree. And I think it goes back to, that you're going to take out that hill and, I mean, look at our developments already. I was looking at the other development, Tavara today, and I'm trying to determine from one end of that development to the other. I don't think that thing drops more than 10 feet, and yet when you look at it now, it has rolling hills and stuff. And that's what you expect for a rural type of setting. But to come in and cut down all the trees and then flatten it, there's nothing rural about that characteristic at all. And so, yeah, all right. Commissioner Wu, do you have any follow-up questions or discussions?
No, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, now before you do, you all read you all read the options that we have, correct? So
Absolutely.
okay, are you talking about making a resolution to deny the request?
Correct. I'll make a motion to deny the request for rezoning.
All right, Meredith, let me just, maybe this would be better to do it this way. There are two oh, you know what? That's on the other project. I'm sorry. Got a little ahead of myself. Okay, please go ahead, Meredith.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to a resolution to deny the request for rezoning, preliminary plat and preliminary PUD plan as written.
Second, Darren Camp.
Okay. All right. We'll now take a vote to deny the request through a vote. Commissioner Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Varenkamp.
Aye.
Commissioner Scholak.
Aye.
And Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, well, with that being said, certainly there's a lot of work that's been done by a lot of people on both sides, from the city, from the developer. It's certainly not to say that there's not maybe some changes that can be done to keep this thing alive, but we wish everybody the best as they continue on. So this will go to the city council. Kendra,
March 25th.
March 25th. So I wish you luck with the city council, and you never know, they may have a difference of opinion than the commission. So it's ultimately up to them. So thank you very much, everybody. And does anybody need a break? You guys want to take 5-10 minutes? We've been at this for 3¼ hours. Yes, sir. 5-minute break? Okay.
Thank you.
It is now, well, we'll just call it 10:15. We'll be back here. We'll resume at 10:20.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Oh, that's not true. I did coach football. My son's football team, and with another father, we were actually really good at that. That was a much better experience. All right, we ready to go back into session?
All right.
All right. So, all right. So we are. Okay, so we are on item 6D. This is a public hearing for an interim use permit for a conditional use permit for building height for a detail shop at 23405 County Road 30. And Kendra, you are up. Please, please present our
Thank you,
packet.
Mr. Chair. This is on County Road, the south side of County Road 30. The property is guided rural service commercial and zoned rural commercial. There are two requests, two related requests, an interim use permit or an IUP for a conditional home occupation license to operate a detail shop in a new accessory building. The applicant indicates in his materials that he details RVs, large recreational vehicles, or would like to do that in this new accessory building. Commercial greenhouse was approved on this site back in 2004 and operated on this site up close to the road, actually. I think if you were out there, you may see some of the remnants of that facility. Operated for many years on the site, no longer. The landowner has changed and no longer operates that greenhouse on site. The second request is a conditional use permit to exceed the accessory building sidewall height. Now, this is something in our accessory building that comes up and sometimes is confusing. The variance or the increase to the height is not a variance, it's a conditional use permit, which is a lower threshold for approval. This is the site, County Road 19 and County Road 30. And this image I debated about because it shows this possible wetland here, but you can see the house is built here and the driveway. We do not believe it's a wetland after reviewing with engineering staff. The greenhouse used to operate up here by the road. The new accessory building would operate in this area here. And then there's an existing shed or something back on the south lot line. Directly to the south here with the vehicles, this is Dobozinski's operation. So they've got bus storage and commercial contractor's yard and office space. This is the parcel that we're talking about. You can see it's surrounded by this area that's planned for rural commercial uses. This is intended for businesses to grow out of home occupations before they might move into a true commercial zone, and for occupations that, businesses that are like contractors' yards, things that might have a more outside storage or more intense uses. This is the site plan. Again, this large parking area was related to the former greenhouse. So this gravel area is wide at the entrance, and that's why that's there. But the house is here. The new storage shed would be here. It exceeds the setback requirements for the district. But there is this shed here that we'll talk about in a little bit, will need to be removed in order to comply with the square footage requirements of the site. And the existing septic sites are in the back of the lot. The home occupation would operate in the new garage, and any home occupation that operates in an accessory building triggers a conditional home occupation license, which is processed as an interim use permit. The new accessory building would be 2,400 square feet. The ordinance would allow 24.9 on this site. And again, we talked about this last month, that's the footprint of the building. The existing shed is 275 square feet. That would take them over the limit. So that would need to be removed from the site in order to comply with the size limits in this for this lot. The building plans were included in your packet. The applicant's architect did not detail the plans per our code. So it shows an 18-foot wall height, but we really measure sidewall from the bottom of the eave to the ground. So I suspect it's slightly less than 18, but essentially it's an 18-foot sidewall. For accessory buildings, we measure sidewall height as opposed to building height. Building height would be measured to the midpoint of the roof line, which would be about 23 feet high under that definition. But again, for accessory buildings, we use sidewall. The rural commercial zoning district for buildings like Dobozinski's to the south allows a 35-foot height limit. This is limited because it's not the principal building, it's the accessory building, and accessory buildings are limited by sidewall height. So that triggers the CUP. And the CUP standards for conditional use permit standards for exceeding the building height is it in conformance with the city zoning regulations? And it is. Is it, does the survey show all existing structures on site? It does. And then does it comply with the 7 standard conditional use permit criteria? And as outlined in the staff report, we believe that it does meet those standards. There's a 100-foot setback required from County Road 30, a 50-foot setback from residential properties, and a 20-foot setback from all other property lines. This proposed building would exceed all of those requirements. The closest setback is a 70-foot setback from the east lot line. The other lot lines are all more than 200 feet away. Private utilities, as I showed you, the septic site is providing service to the home. The applicant's plans do not show a bathroom facility in this building or any water service. If that is required, they would be required to get any building permits. Architecture for accessory buildings is different than other buildings in our different zoning districts. It does require 12-inch eaves and 24-inch overhangs for that taller sidewall height. Their buildings generally sort of look close, but those dimensions will need to be dimensions on the plans and will need to comply. Architecture, the new building will be LP lap siding or hardy board siding with board and batten trim and asphalt shingles. It's getting late, I'm sorry, I'm here talking. The color of the building would be taupe with white trim to match the house. The house has white and green trim. This is the building plan. It is lap siding. It does have trim around the windows. It does have dormer windows on the front to break up the building, but it is a fairly plain building. It is well hidden from the street by the existing vegetation and the setbacks. The board and batten trim on the side elevations helps break that mass up there. The Planning Commission could talk about that, but again, our accessory building standards are simply that it matches or is compatible with the existing structure. The second application is for the home occupation. So the home occupation as proposed would operate out of that building. And all home occupations require a conditional home occupation license, which is processed as an interim use permit. And we do that because a conditional use permit runs with the land, but an interim use permit has a sunset clause or a trigger when it ends. And the home occupations are tied to this business for this person on this property. So if he moved, somebody couldn't come in and continue to operate that business. They'd need to come back for a new home occupation license. The conditional home occupation license does have 6 standards as well, that this business will be compatible generally with the existing neighborhood. Again, the existing neighborhood is planned for commercial development, and there's large setbacks. There's a commercial business operating directly to the south. We have an application for a new commercial business directly to the north, and staff finds generally that the conditional permit, home occupation permit standards have been met. The applicant has indicated they have no employees that don't live in the home, which is a standard. There are limited customer visits, about 8 a month, he says. The home occupation needs to operate entirely in the building, typically. And so with this type of an occupation, as you imagine, you bring your RV or your fifth wheel here to be detailed. You're parking it potentially outside the garage until he's home to pick it up and put it in the garage and detail it. So one of the conditions, condition number 2, limits the number of vehicles awaiting service or awaiting pickup to 2. And is our proposal 2 at a time can be stored outside, which will allow drop-off pickup, and that the plans need to be revised to show that drop-off pickup parking area. We find that the site is well screened with the existing vegetation, and that the fact that the business will operate indoors will limit any noise impacts from vacuums or hoses or those kinds of things. So we also added a condition, although it's not proposed, there's no mezzanine or terrace in the building plans, no living space is permitted in this building. A separate home occupation permit would need to be applied for that. So again, all of the 12 home occupation standards we find have been met. And we do note again that sunset clause, and we've included 2 conditions to trigger that sunset clause, including a 3-year review period. That is standard for all of our home occupations. We recheck all of them in 3 years to make sure A, they're still operating, and B, they're still in compliance with their approvals. This is a public hearing for both the conditional use permit and the interim use permit for the conditional home occupation license. We do recommend that the Planning Commission open the public hearing, take comments, and then move to recommend approval of the request.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kendra. Okay, at this time, Natalie, let's open up the public hearing and let us know if there's anybody online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the public, if you would like to speak, if you're joining us by phone, please press *9 now. Or if you're on your computer, the bottom toolbar will have the reactions option. You should be able to raise your hand that way. Or sometimes it's in the participants tab for mobile devices. And if all else fails, just try to do something, and I will be on the lookout for hands clapping and thumbs up.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't see anything currently, so we can wait a few more seconds, but I don't see any action. And there's still nothing at this time.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second, Aaron Kemp.
All right, please signify your vote. Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. Commission discussions and questions. Meredith, you want to lead us off, please?
Yeah, I noticed in the resolution, item number 6, it discusses an upholstery workshop from an existing garage. And I'm wondering if that's correct. Because I didn't see discussion of a upholstery workshop or a garage.
No, that is not correct. That is a mistake. It should be operate a detail business in a new garage.
All right, to go along with that, it's actually, you got to look at 6. 6B. It says there is nothing to indicate that the use of the existing accessory building. And I would assume, again, we're not talking about an existing, probably language left over maybe from a previous one. So, yeah, I had 6A and 6B as needing to be revised. Thank you, Meredith. Meredith, please continue if you have anything else.
I don't have any other questions. Thanks, though.
Okay. Commissioner Scholak?
No, I couldn't find anything to ask questions about or anything. It helps that it's a very large property. And my thought was the loudest tool he may be working with is a vacuum cleaner. And so I really, I don't see any neighbors complaining about it or something like that. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Varenkamp?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Natalie or Kendra, is the applicant on with us?
I'm not sure. There's a couple of phone numbers. I'm not sure. We did send the packet and
I just, my question is a detail shop, while we talk about vacuums, detailing a motorhome and such can include an air hose, air guns, buffers, all those things. I find it hard he's not going to have running water in their shop. And then also obviously running water, a floor drain, which that's a whole nother thing. If I'm not correct, Kendra, let me know, but a floor drain, it has to be appropriately drained. It has to be taken someplace. It just can't go into the ground kind of deal. None of those things are going to happen. Is that right?
I do not see water on the plans. That's why I noted that it does need permits. I'm with you. I find that hard to believe. That
Same as even a restroom too. It's going to be heated. It's going to be warm. I'm concerned that there is going to be other things. I have no problem doing this on this property and such. I think it might be a little incomplete. It's just not going to be a pole shed with lights in to detail and stuff. It's obviously is going to need heat, probably running water. I don't see him washing outside, then pulling it in to dry it, then detail and stuff. Just those are concerns, again, as long as they're noted down the road, and we have to obviously go in and improve the building and those kind of things. Would it have to come back to us if any of those things change?
I'm sorry, is that it, Dean?
Those are my concerns, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. I just have a couple quick questions as well. Kendra, on the resolution 7D, And no person shall be employed at or report to the home site location who does not reside in the dwelling unit. Now, I'm assuming that the difference between this and the Sherber property across the street is that this is going to be occupied, the house as their primary residence.
Correct. This, he does own the house and live in the house, and this truly is a home occupation. The Sherber property across the street rezoned to the same rural commercial zoning district and was doing that so that they could convert the home to a office.
Okay. And I know it's been a while since we've received one of these, but I just found that interesting because there's something that's telling me that we have had, you know, like the dog kennel, you know, they live there on site and they have the dog kennel, but they have employees. Aren't they under the same ordinance? But what is the difference? I mean, because I guess when I saw this, a detailing shop, I kind of thought, oh, okay, well, I'm sure we're going to be talking about hours of operation and bathrooms and parking spaces and everything else. But it just flat out said that you don't get any employees. And I found that odd because I think it's one of the first times I've seen that, maybe, that these home occupations come up and there's not an employee component to it.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think the one you're thinking of is the pet barn.
The pet barn, yeah.
Dog kennel. And that was different because the zoning district it was in allowed kennels as a commercial use and also allowed home occupations. So it's kind of weird. And we brought that to the council as a policy question, is how do you want to deal with this? Because he does want to have employees. And we processed it as a conditional use permit. So that he could have employees. The other dog kennels that we did a few years ago in the rural area did not have employees. If you remember, I forget where that, there was a woman that came in for a dog kennel and I forget where she's at, on Bechtold maybe, but she did not have employees. So that is actually written in the ordinance that there are no employees other than the folks who live in the house.
Okay. All right.
That was what was different about the pet barn, is that was a commercial kennel, which was treated differently under the ordinance.
Okay. The last thing was, and I was surprised that no one else mentioned it or questioned it, but so in this district, we have a height limitation of 10 feet. But within this zoning district, we have an overall height restriction of 35 feet. So my question is, do we have some sort of conceptual conflict here? I mean, yeah, why would we have a 10-foot wall height restriction and yet then say that your building could be 25 feet? What were they going to do with that extra 25 feet before they exceeded the wall height? If there was no request, like these folks are asking for 18 feet, you know, and I get it if you're going to move a motorhome in and out, but I'm just I'm trying to work this out in my head that you're never going to get to 35 feet unless you have really, it seems like the limitation in the district doesn't fit with the wall height maximum without having to go through a CUP.
So there's two competing interests. This is a residential use in a commercial district. It's an existing legal the house is an existing legal non-conforming use in the rural commercial district.
Mm-hmm.
So the site is treated as a residential use, and the building height for residential uses is subject to the sidewall height limit. In commercial districts, accessory buildings are not subject to the same sidewall because it's a commercial district. In most of its commercial districts, they're part of the business operation and limited by the building height. Does that make sense?
Oh, I mean, I get that, but he has to get, you know, an interim use permit. Now that's for the home occupation, but he has to get the conditional use permit to exceed the building height for the property. And it's not the building height he's exceeding, it's the wall height.
True. So that's, yes.
Okay. And the wall height
And that's,
maximum.
Kendra, that's wall height per story.
No, sidewall
story.
height is measured from the base of the structure to the bottom of the eave on the exterior wall. So sidewall height is tied specifically to the accessory.
Yeah. So again, I'm just,
So it's from, it's not relative to the number of, it's not tied to the story. It's always from the grade point to the underside of the soffit.
Correct.
So that would be a really weird looking building to have a 10-foot sidewall height, but a maximum height of, what was it, 35?
35 feet. Well, so Meredith, that's exactly what I'm saying. We have a building height. We have a building height standard that can't be exceeded, but if you get anywhere close to it, I mean, this guy is still going to be 10 feet away at 25 feet. He's still 10 feet away. But because he's got to go above 10 feet, he has to get a conditional use permit. And I'm just saying, wouldn't it be maybe more appropriate to say in this zoning district for an accessory building, maybe the wall height can't exceed 18 feet. And then they wouldn't have to go through the conditional use permit. And then maybe now you really got to be concerned about the building height. If that makes sense.
Well, Mr. Chair, staff has re-looking at the accessory structure ordinances on our ordinance update list. You guys haven't mentioned it before, but we've had it on our list for quite some time. So I can only tell you what it says today, and that's how we measure it. I don't necessarily disagree that we might want to think about some other things.
I'm not going to share.
And that was my comment.
How high my barn is.
Well,
legal
that
non-conforming.
would be an agricultural, and there aren't any real standards for that, you know. So
sure. And I'm still residential.
Yeah. So I mean, it was just something I got thinking about. It's like, well, something doesn't quite a wash there.
Really nice hayloft.
Yeah, exactly. And then, I asked about the employees. So that's all I had for questions or comments. So around the horn again, anybody else have any questions or comments or discussion?
One other thing that I saw here on the second time looking at it, on the the landscape map or site plan for Bill Brueggemann, it shows the proposed pole barn there. And we've also got a gravel surface from the road with a parking area up front and then leading all the way to the existing house. He doesn't show that connecting to the gravel part connecting to the proposed pole barn. So I don't know if we get into that minutia or what he's planning to do with that, or if there are any types of rules, but I noticed that they don't connect.
Good point, Jim. Yeah, I know that the recommendation in the resolution requires to show 2 parking spots, but does it dictate what kind of surface those parking spots have to be on, or where they have to be located relative to the building?
No, but we could modify that language. That it's certainly subject to staff review, so my thought was that when he comes in and shows us how that's gonna fit in there, we'll be able to review it for compliance with setbacks. But gravel parking is permitted in this district.
Okay, gravel parking. Now, given that and I remember that the greenhouse sales and their parking was there in that parking lot closest to County Road 30. Is this, as it's written up, would it be okay for him to park the two units in, waiting to be fixed? Would it be okay for him to park the two units there? Or do we want to put a restriction or some? I mean, because that does not have as much coverage as screening, obviously. If we said, well, you got to put a gravel parking lot over here by your pole building, and that's where you can park your customers' vehicles instead of right along County Road 30.
That would be a great addition and a draft resolution change.
Yeah.
Well, and also he's
Yeah,
only.
we don't want to see it up by the road.
Right. Also, it looks like he's only going to have one bay to work on one RV at a time. If I'm just one garage.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Now, if you wanted to add a second door and put two in there, I don't think it would change anything to do here.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, I would, Dean, what do you think about the parking situation by the building versus on County Road 30?
Yeah, I'd rather have it by the building too. I think Meredith said it best. We don't need it being seen from the road kind of deal. And I just, there's a bunch of questions again that I bring up. The water in the building, the heat in the building, obviously the parking outside the building and such. Just I trust that staff is going to address all of those questions before it comes in front of the council.
Okay. All right.
And then
So
obviously to do recreational vehicles and stuff, if he's doing motorhomes, I mean, he's going to have an 8 to 10 inch gravel base of a driveway to be able to handle that. Or going to have some permanent yard fixtures at some point when they sink. So there's going to be a significant amount of work to be done to be doing this. And then to Jim's point too, the one bay, it's a pretty big building for doing one vehicle at a time. And he might want to have it drive through a door on both sides to drive it through. Don't know if he can make a corner and then be able to back a camper out. Just all those questions are in my mind right now, but I'm not going to stand in the way of recommending it. Just there's a little bit of work to be done before it goes to council.
okay. Well, Kendra, I'm trying to find in the resolution where it says it's limited to 2 parking spots, thinking that might be the best spot.
Yes, Mr. Chair, condition number 4, the applicant must provide an updated site plan showing the location of the parking for the vehicles during drop off and pickup. And you could add at the end of that sentence, the words adjacent to the new garage. And then the second sentence says, no more than 2 vehicles related to the business shall be stored outside of the accessory building at any time.
Okay. Okay, so that would just be a modification of item 4.
Yes, Mr. Chair. You could also modify that if you wanted to specify, and the driveway must connect to the overhead door in the garage or something to that effect to address Commissioner Shulock's comment. Or you can make that a new number 5 as well.
Okay, well, I mean, the engineer's report doesn't, okay. So it doesn't have anything specific to parking, surface, materials, or anything. So, well, you know, Kendra, I mean, you get the gist of what we'd like to add. We'd like to make the recommendation to the city council that in addition to what is stated in the motion, add another item that we'd like to see a gravel lot and the 2-vehicle limit parked beyond the front gate or the front entrance of the property towards their business accessory structure. And so if everybody's comfortable that we can let professional staff work out the language for that for the city council. Everybody agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, any other further discussion, questions, changes, alterations?
Nope.
Okay, I'll accept a motion to approve the resolution as amended for the conditional use permit and the interim use permit.
So moved, Shoreline.
Second, Camp.
Okay, we have a second. Roll call vote to approve. Commissioner Jacobs.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, approved with those 2 edits by staff? Is that the motion?
Yes. Yes, as yeah, I think I said as amended. Yep. Commissioner Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, the recommendation is approved for nothing. Thank you, everybody, for that. And you know, I'm looking at retirement options. So if I get myself an RV, I might have to go up and talk with this young man and find out how I can make it me special. Okay. All right, I believe we are on item number 7 then, reports and information. So 7A, planning project update. Does anybody have any question of our professional staff on the project in the pipelines? You know, Kendra, maybe what can we expect for next month that you know of for sure at this point?
Well, we tentatively have the Napa item that you tabled earlier.
Okay.
Tonight, but I do not have a complete application yet, and their deadline is Tuesday next week.
Okay, now they're not talking about, I didn't look it up where the site was, but are they talking about on the site they're currently at?
No, the new site is on the old liquor store site. They would purchase that property and build a brand new store.
I thought there was a concrete place there.
They're renting the space. Concrete Science has their main building down on the other end of the industrial park, and they are renting some storage space in the liquor store right now. But that would go away if.
Okay, I got it. All right.
Yeah. So potentially you have that Napa new site plan, conditional use permit, and setback variance. if that is complete. You also have scheduled a variance for a setback variance for a 4-season porch and deck in Ravinia. And I think those are the only 2 scheduled items.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Does any-
Can I ask
Yes.
a question? How are we already getting a variance request from Ravinia on a porch and a side yard setback?
Somebody's got some big dreams down there.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, I was riding up with my friend up snowmobiling on our trip last week, and he was telling me about his neighbor at the lake up north near Alexandria. And I always think about Shoreline and this 200 feet. Kendra, you have a cabin on the lake, and the idea that you could build anything, closer than 200 feet to the lake is impossible without, my friend's neighbor is going to convert a deck that's already within the 200 feet. It's been there forever, but he's going to convert that to a 4-season porch. And I could not wrap my head around how they were going to allow him to do this, but apparently, without setting precedents, because my friend's on he's on the Lakeshore, association. And I'm just like, aren't you afraid then all of a sudden everybody is going to all of a sudden want to put 4-season porches?
Yeah.
On the front of their cabins towards the lake. I mean, once you've done it to that guy, said, I know we try to be sensitive to that here, but I don't know. So I guess it happens. But Kendra, being the expert that you are, you probably did it and you got around it, didn't you?
We can talk about my cabin and potential shoreland variances at another time. I'd be happy to share my experiences with Aiken County with y'all.
You can get 200 feet as long as you measure it at a different angle. Straight on probably isn't there, but you can.
All right. Okay, if there's nothing else there, let's move on to item 7B, City Council report. Councilor Nichols, I believe.
Greetings, Commissioners.
There he is. Okay. How are you tonight?
I'm doing very well. How are you all?
Well, I'll tell you, we'd like to keep these under 4 hours, but I just seem to be having a problem doing this lately. So
I won't take up too much of your time then. I'll at least get you under 4.5 if we can.
Okay.
So for our update, we did have a request from Wright Hennep to table their request to put in their substation while they make revisions taking into account the observations that you folks all had, as well as feedback from the residents. So I think the council is looking forward to seeing that one come back. Looks like the end of April is what's currently planned. My understanding is that if they decide to do a different portion of the site, they would have to resubmit altogether. So you might see it again, depending on what the scope of their changes are. Council decided to deny the variance request that Planning Commission decided. We reviewed a concept from Craig Sherber and his 55. It apparently is going to, if it proceeds, be a sort of a commercial storage for craftspeople largely. He has, I think, 4 other similar properties. The primary concern that council raised was it is adjacent to some residential property. So we expressed concern they take all due care to make sure there's proper screening if they want to proceed. There was some discussion about future planning on residential zoning and ordinance updates. This was one of the council's primary policy goals coming up for 2021. The initial stages are going to be one-on-one sessions and interviews with planning staff just to get a sense for where each of the counselors and their ideas. And following on to that, we're intending to do work sessions, at least one of which would include planning commission to get your input on the topics that we identify. So I think we're all looking forward to seeing some significant improvements in a lot of the areas that we've been discussing over the past several months. And I'm excited to partner with all of you to get that stuff done. We approved Meredith Wu, welcome back, to come back for another term. Many kind things were said. So if you didn't get a chance to hear them, I recommend going back and listening. We do need to still do a resolution honoring Jeff Dickman. So I put in a bug in Brad's ear if he hasn't already thought of it, to make sure that we don't forget about Jeff. And then we also reappointed Val Nybo and Judy Strahler to the Parks and Trails Commission. So they will remain on until 2024.
Great. I know Val. I've known her for about as long as I've lived here, and I know she's been quite involved in a lot of the city stuff, especially related to Parks and Rec. She's a great asset to have. So it's good to see.
And she clearly makes it fun to be on that commission. You can tell.
Got that right. Okay, great. Well, any questions for our city councilor?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
not so much a question, but maybe to add on, if the council continues forward with the residential design or the residential ordinance updates after the first work session, we had potentially, Councilmember Nichols, we had potentially an April 22nd joint meeting with the Planning Commission. So I just wanted to put a bug in the Planning Commission's ear that is in our draft schedule. That would be typically I think you do 5:30 meetings before the council meeting. So maybe pencil that in on your calendars and we will follow up after the council's March 25th work session.
Now, I can only say this much. If we're going to have a work session, this is the Planning Commission. I would suggest we do Sunday morning pancake breakfast somewhere and give ourselves about 6 hours. Because if we do it at 5:30 before a city council meeting, good luck.
We may need additional time. I would agree.
Okay.
But we may decide that it makes sense to add more sessions too, depending on the end scope. So we'll pencil that in now and we'll let it grow as it needs to.
That was April 22nd. Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you, Councilor Nichols, and thank you to all of our city council. They're all in attendance tonight, and we sure do again appreciate your interest firsthand of what we have done here tonight, and it probably will bring a lot of clarity versus the reports that you might have received in the past. So again, we appreciate your proactive involvement in the work of the Planning Commission. Okay, well, 7C, other business. I don't know of any. I will just let you know. So Brad and I just collaborated a little bit here to kind of polish up the 2021 commission plans that we'll be presenting to the City Council next Thursday, I believe, on the 11th. And of course, one of those is that we do want to engage in more work sessions to address these issues because we don't do that very often, but I think we have so many ideas in our heads, and to be able to tap into some other resources, I think we could actually, get through some stuff to help clarify and help things run better. So I really look forward to doing that. And that, again, I think will be presented on the 11th. Okay, any other business? All right. How about item 8, Commissioner Liaison Calendars? So I am up for, looks like April 8th, and then we have Commissioner Scholak, and then Mr. Varenkamp, and then Commissioner Wu through the end of May. Does anybody foresee any conflicts with that?
Nope.
Okay, well, then we'll leave it as is. Great. Well, I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Do I have a second?
Second, Shulak.
Okay, great. All right, well, I'll do the roll call vote. Commissioner Jacobs, I vote aye to adjourn. Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay. This meeting is adjourned. And again, thank you very much for everybody for all their hard work and time, and enjoy the weekend. It sounds like the golf courses might even open up. I'm going to dust off my clubs already. So,
And thank you, Kendra.
all right.
Thanks,
Yes,
Kendra.
Kendra. All right. See you, everybody. Oh, yeah, Natalie, thanks again for running the phones, and we hope to talk to you again in the future. And thank you for sending me all that information. As I looked through it, I did have some of it. I could have just looked harder, but again, thank you so much for your added work on that.
Oh, of course, not a problem.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
everybody.
bye.
Farewell. Good night. Be good.
Good night.